All right. All right. We're back. And I was going to be on time. I really was, JT Davis. Put my headphones on, getting everything set up. And then upstairs, I hear thud, 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 thud. Because my niece and nephew came in like a herd of elephants. So I had to go out and yell at them to quiet down because I didn't think I didn't want to listen to a herd of elephants. I didn't think you guys would want to listen to a herd of elephants. If you did, you'd probably be on an African safari or watching an African safari channel or something like that. But 3 cents, good to see you. So getting started, my headphone cord is twisted, so let me fix that first before it drives me nuts. So Luna, good to see you. So we're gonna get our big squirrel of the day out of the way first. So on Monday, Nikki asked about the Young Thug trial. And my response was, I haven't been following it. All I knew was there had been some fuckery in it. And that was, before Monday's massive fuckery. The whole Young Thug trial, frankly, I have a problem with it because it's a RICO trial, and I always say it's never RICO. But I have a big problem with this trial. So I did, but I remembered without the reminder. So the Free Karen Reed crowd might want to cover their ears because I'm about to burst their bubble. Their criticism of me has been that I'm clearly auditioning for a prosecutor job. Even though I'm a defense attorney who, as I've said, my goal isn't, to see Karen Reed convicted. It's not to see her acquitted. It's to see justice. And that's always what I want to see, justice. And until it all shakes out, I don't know what that justice is or what it should be. But they, the Free Karen Reed crowd thinks I'm pro state, pro prosecution, pro cop, pro whatever, when, as I've said, I'm very skeptical. So they might want to cover their ears because I'm going to burst their bubble. Because, frankly, I don't know anything about the Young Thug trial other than it's a RICO trial and there's fuckery. But there's so much corruption in that case that I don't see how it can't be dismissed. I don't see how if they get a conviction, how it survives appeal, period. It's just there's so much bullshit. So here's what's going on. I've buried the lead long enough. I'm not going to watch the video. I'm just going to explain it because it'll be faster. even with me explaining it. So there was an ex parte communication in the case, in the trial. So ex parte communication is where one party communicates with the judge without the other party being present or being copied on the email or not being served. And ex parte communication is almost always wrong. There are very few cases where it's allowed. And even then, it's going to have to be disclosed. So, like, you can get an ex parte restraining order, protection order, but that's just going to be preliminary. To get the permanent, you're going to have to do it in open court with the other side having an opportunity to respond. That's due process. So what happened is, during the trial, the prosecutor, a witness, and the judge had a secret ex parte meeting in the judge's chambers. The defense was not notified about it. They were not there. They were not given an opportunity to be there. But the young thug's defense attorney found out about it. He was tipped off. And he objected. He raised the issue in open court. And instead of the judge saying, "You're right, we were wrong, here's what we discussed," putting it all on the record, his response was, "Who told you about our illegal ex parte meeting?" And the attorney rightly wouldn't tell. It's, frankly, it's a whistleblower protection. It's attorney work product. It's none of the judge's damn business. And so the judge jailed young thug's defense attorney. So I don't know the last time I saw such a wild, flagrant abuse of due process, both of the attorneys and the defendants. Young thug, he's not getting a fair trial. But it's just, it's not there. And so, to me, you've got a corrupt prosecutor, you've got a corrupt judge. They should be the ones facing a RICO trial. I mean, it's probably not RICO, but just the same, I don't see how this piece of human garbage flesh bag can continue as a judge. He's corrupt. The prosecutor's corrupt. And what really makes me mad, this is in Fulton County, Georgia, and the DA is Fannie Willis, the head DA. She's not the prosecutor on this case. It's one of her underlings, but she's the head DA. But her office is corrupt. They're incompetent. And it really pisses me off because, I'm on the record that I don't believe anyone is above the law. And I have applauded, I'm not getting political here, but I have applauded Fannie Willis in the past for being willing to prosecute Donald Trump. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying he's innocent. But just, he's not above the law, is what I'm saying. And the problem is, if you're going to take a shot at the top, you can't miss. And her personal life is so fucked up that she missed. But she's so focused on these high profile matters that the office is inept. And the entire judiciary system, the entire criminal justice apparatus in Fulton County is corrupt. You know, there are things I like about Judge Manning, but I can't look past the due process violations that go on in her courtroom. How many times have we seen, a defense attorney? My client has been in jail for 700 days with no indictment. Please reduce his bond so that he's not sitting here indefinitely. I mean, the DA's office just doesn't indict so that speedy trial doesn't attach, but they're sitting there without charge. They're sitting in jail indefinitely. Judge Manning needs to grow a pair and start releasing people, even violent criminals. If they're not charged, she needs to release them. Until she does, she's part of the problem, even if there are things to like about her. And that, chin beard piece of shit prosecutor in Judge Manning's, every time a defense attorney complains about their client sitting for 700 days without indictment, well, if the defense counsel is so, we're hiring, if they're so offended by our understaffing, fuck you. Your due process violations, it's not the defense's job to fix. I mean, I'm of the opinion that William Tecumseh Sherman in the Civil War had a good idea when he burned Atlanta to the ground. Because at this point, there's no fixing Fulton County. It needs to be burned to the ground and start over. Or at least the justice apparatus. It's so hopelessly corrupt and incompetent, and there's so much fuckery that it needs to end. Like I've said in the Karen Reed case that I see absolutely no mechanism for the feds to have legally been involved in the Karen Reed case. And I stand by that. Fulton County, I do not see how the feds haven't stepped in. Because this is such a wholesale mass due process violation. Civil rights are being violated of every single defendant in Fulton County. That's what the Justice Department Civil Rights Division exists for. How they haven't stepped in to try and fix it, I don't understand. I really don't. And it's just maddening. You can tell it really, really, really pisses me off. So I don't see how any of the defendants, going back to Young Thug, are getting a fair trial. Especially Young Thug. This judge needs to be removed immediately. It's just, every time we hear Judge Manning say, stay out of Fulton County. I don't think that that's a direction to the defendants. I think that's a warning to the rest of us. Stay the hell out of Fulton County. Your rights will be violated. You'll sit in jail with no charges. So stay out of Fulton County. Like your life depends on it, like your liberty depends on it. Because it probably does. So, rant over. Back to Karen Reed and a new rant. So we ended Monday. We're on Little Alan Jackson's cross-examination of Trooper Proctor. And, you know, shock horror, Trooper Proctor uses bad language. He makes bad jokes with his friends and coworkers. And I'm amazed seeing, you know, the YouTubers, fellow YouTube lawyers. My God, this is beyond the pale. This is terrible. And it was wrong of Trooper Proctor, especially on his work phone, if that's on his work phone. But the YouTube lawyers that I've seen have the strongest outrage at his language. I've seen them use a lot worse on YouTube. You know, the something glass houses. Something, let them throw the first stone. I mean, as I've said, it's wrong of Trooper Proctor. I can't say I haven't said similar things. Not about an opponent in court, but, you know, I've said things. I've been a state employee. Before law school, I was at the radio pharmacy at the University of Utah. That was a weird job. It was a weird job because it was open from like 4 a.m. till 5 p.m. And other than the initial morning rush, it was a lot of sitting around waiting for orders to come in. And we'd bullshit. And I guarantee much worse was said in the radio pharmacy. But it's just the truth of the matter is, as far as Karen Reed's guilt or innocence, this has no relevance. It only goes to Trooper Proctor's credibility, and has he told any lies? Not that I see. He's like, the jury might not like him. They might discount his testimony due to that dislike, but once again, how does it impact his credibility? You know, people saying, "Oh, the case is over. Trooper Proctor's a piece of shit." Da 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 da. Well, okay, he's a piece of shit, but how does that impact his credibility? K-Fart, glad you made it. You missed my rant about Fulton County. So yeah, It's just then, yeah. So we are starting today. As I said, we're still Little Alan Jackson crossing Trooper Proctor. We're going to be on 1.5 speed for that because I can't do slower than that with this. The next witness, I think we're going to have to slow it back down to 1.25 because as I was getting it set up, it seemed like they're talking a lot faster than Trooper Proctor. So I think we'll need to slow that one back down to 1.25. Yeah. And then one final squirrel before I hit play. So the Neil, good to see you, even if it's just for 5 minutes. So the Sarah Boone in Florida, the suitcase killer. Her attorney has withdrawn. Is trying to withdraw. Her 8th attorney. She has a new 50-some page letter to the judge. She will not be disrespected by her lawyer. She knows better because, her fellow inmates have told her lawyer is lying about processes, about bond. And all I can say about that is the prosecution hasn't, they haven't proven their case yet. So it's got to be dismissed. I realize the trial hasn't even started yet, but the prosecution hasn't proven their case. It's got to be dismissed. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's not actual commentary from me. That's just me making fun of dumbasses that aren't waiting for the prosecution to even rest in this case. And yeah, so Linz, good to see you. And I meant to click on that one. So yeah, it's he's Trooper Proctor's a dick, but how does that impact the investigation? And once again, Alan Jackson is twisting it. He never said he's searching for nudes. He said he hasn't come across any. Of course, I wouldn't expect to come across any nudes in the location data or anything like that. And yeah. So, and 3 cents, after Karen Reed, I need to get caught up on other stuff. I haven't forgotten about Schofield versus Gayard, the TikTok psychic case. I will do an update on that. I will get caught up on the girlies. As I've said, I maybe want to get started on the baby reindeer case. Team Skeptic, dumbass sovereign citizen suing him. Of course, that's not really going to be a series. I told him he should have me on and we can laugh at it together. But yeah, it's just too much to do, too little time to do it in. So that said, let's hit play.
You are unmuted.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cononi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in Fulton County. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
So, Kevin, that, like, if you are late in court, it depends on the hearing. Like, in trial, generally, they're not letting people come and go except at breaks. The morning cattle call, the morning calendar, there's so much commotion, people coming and going and in and out. It just, so long as you're quiet, it's a free-for-all. But I don't think so. I think Team Skeptic is home. His last couple videos have appeared he was home. So yeah. Well, in that case, I don't have a bailiff, so you know, no need to sit in the corner.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. So, a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected? Everyone said yes and not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes and not affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now we know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate. You may know why. It's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that.
All right. We're down to 17 jurors. So this is why we have alternates. The juror hasn't been kicked off. It's personal to that juror. So it could be their sick family member. You know, things come up.
One instruction I need to give you, you'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an
I didn't see it was 20 days, Kevin. The beginning of the stream was my rant about that. But I didn't see it was 20 days.
instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
And we're at 1.5 speed through Trooper Proctor, because, yeah. Casey?
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to omit the packet text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685.
And that's it, Kevin. It's corruption on the judge's part, and he's jailing the lawyer for the judge's own corruption. And the judge needs to be removed from the bench now.
For 2 on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection.
Why don't I see it sidebar on this?
All right, so we've got an objection right at the start. Of course, we had he said same objection, so we had this objection is basically where we left off on Monday. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is a nude that ended up being found. I doubt it, but hopefully little Alan Jackson doesn't get this stream demonetized. until Monday, I had managed to keep everything fully monetized. Ended my stream on Monday, and it was the yellow, so it's not demonetized, it's just limited monetization. I'm like, hang on, I didn't say fuck you, Alan Jackson, quite as much as I normally did. And then I remembered, oh, it was Jackson and Proctor that got it. It wasn't anything I said. So, yeah. You can count on Alan Jackson, even if those specific texts have already been covered. He wants to make sure the jury remembers. So even though it's been asked and answered, you can count on him to ask it again. And yeah, it's awful. And it's actually, it's a good reminder, you know.
Unmuted.
I've mentioned how I think we're at the beginning of the end of live streamed court appearances, that we're getting to the point where, in order to satisfy the public interest in seeing court, they're just going to start recording it and releasing everything after the trial, including the pretrial hearings. And look up at Idaho, Judge in the Koberger case. He's shut down media access, at least for now. The defense is up against it. The prosecution is for it. But yeah, I think he's over it. Judge. And I don't know that, like, I doubt he's paid any attention to the Karen Reed debacle. But you know, just the, in Idaho, you know, Judge initially took control of the cameras in the courtroom because the media wasn't following his orders about the cameras. They kept zooming in on Koberger. So Judge put 2 fixed cameras in the courtroom that he controls, and he's no longer providing that stream either. And I don't know that it's to avoid some level of media circus and conspiracy theories and fuckery, but like I said, I think we're at the beginning of the end.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Well, Lolly got better at
Your Honor, may I
pre-marking
to
things.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson. Let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number. Next factor would be 2680 through.
They weren't allowed to zoom in on him and focus on him, and it's the defense objected, and you know, Gwyneth Paltrow did too at her Park City civil trial. It's you know, as Peter Tragos, lawyer, you know, pointed out, you know, if you want to stream and, you know, the media won't participate, have one forward facing camera that picks up the judge and the witness, and one overhead camera pointed at the parties and gallery, and no zoom, no nothing, just overhead view. And it's just, yeah.
2685.
Oh, and Lynn's,
Sorry, that was the first.
I know about it up there in Spokane. I haven't watched it. I've tried a couple times, but the lead up to it, he's so insufferable that I just can't. I just can't. And he, just a quick analysis, my understanding is he was harassing people. They stood up to him. He went to his car, retrieved his pistol, and came back and shot the homeless guy. Well, he had already retreated to safety, could have got in his car and driven away. Instead, he got back, re-engaged, and shot. That's attempted murder. There's absolutely no self-defense. That's completely off the table. And yeah, it's just, but it's been building to this between, you know, Glenn Serio, Sweep the Legs, the Furry Potatoes, and SGV News, and Amagansett Press, pepper spraying, and it's just, you've always got to one up to get the views, and they're just violent bullies out harassing people, and it's awful.
Right.
One's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526.
I mean, I have a feeling it's going to be First Amendment, First Amendment. I had the First Amendment right to harass and shoot them. But that really, there is no defense. It's he engaged them. He's the aggressor.
Following that, 2618 and 2620. Then packet 2628 and 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
So Spokane is in Washington, not Idaho, although it's on the border. So I assumed it happened in Spokane itself, in Washington. Either way, I assume Idaho is a stand your ground state. I don't know about Washington, but the thing is, if you retreat to safety, and re-engage, stand your ground wouldn't be a defense in this case, from what I've heard. As I said, I haven't watched it because I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. He's just so awful. So awful. So, yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
He couldn't afford Jackson. That's it. I tried watching our stream. I just couldn't. I found the guy so insufferable. And this is before the shooting. As I've said, I don't find auditors interesting. They're just bullies. They're provocateurs. Sovereign citizens I find interesting because it's an ideology. It's a pathology. It's just, they're also annoying and hard to watch, but there's at least something interesting about them. With frauditors, there's nothing. There's nothing interesting about them. They're just bullies.
Remember that it's easy through Triple H.
Thank you.
for identification.
Thank you. All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
As I've said, Ann, I don't see where he's lied. I mean, unless they're alleging he was searching for nudes, and but I don't see where he's lied. He's inappropriate, but I don't see where he lied.
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Duck, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I would have answered no, because it was only obtained through fuckery.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies, that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for
Fuck
this,
you.
right?
That's how I
Fuck
interpret
you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not testifying, Jackson. Don't interrupt him.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no. Didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the Boston cop, I'm sorry, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well, Mr. O'Keefe.
And that's why he's not
Fuck
going to get any
you.
shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Fuck you. Let him answer. Don't talk over him. Stop him, Judge.
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because he had Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Oh, she's smirking now in front of the jury.
Less
Yes.
than a day,
Yes.
to your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
had
members of
been
my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
Oh, so let him finish. We didn't get the finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Call for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter
How can they hear him when Jackson keeps shouting over him?
is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had investigated, or sorry, you had questioned a grand total.
He hasn't been in the home because there's no probable cause. Hello, Lisa? And yes, he is a jackass.
Of 3 recipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it, correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him, correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that, correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote,
Is Bird a witness? Is Bird a witness? Is Bird a witness? How is him saying anything about anyone accomplishing anything evidence? He's not a witness. This is speculation of a third party non-witness. It's irrelevant.
she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the
Fuck
snow
you.
and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use
Fuck you. Cut out the... Fuck you. I'm outraged. Oh, how could you use such language? I guarantee little Alan Jackson has used worse. And Bob Smith, what color of crayon is the tastiest? You might want to rewind to the very beginning of the stream, you know, where I exploded about the prosecution and judge in the Young Thug trial. You might want to rewind to there.
the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, no. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Before 11 o'clock at night. So by then, CERT has already been on scene. They've already found taillight fragments. They've already seized the Lexus. Like, they've already got evidence of how John was killed. None of which leads them to believe he was beat up. So when late at night on the 29th, he says, no evidence of him being beat up, that's not him prematurely rushing to conclusions without any evidence. He's already got the taillight. He's already got the drinking glass. He's already got the Lexus. He's already got her statements. He's already got Jen McCabe's statement, Matt McCabe's statement, Brian Albert's statement. He's got a lot. Like, he doesn't have the case proved yet, but he's got a lot there already. So when Jackson's trying to imply, oh, so by this point, you've already decided it's my client, you haven't even bothered investigating any of the McAlberts, all the witness they've gathered so far points in your client's direction. And it still has. And Brendan, you did miss the rant, but it's right at the beginning, so.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for information. I asked, did you
No,
have this
fuck
case?
you, fuck you, fuck you. Let him answer. You opened the door. That was responsive to your question. That was responsive to your question.
Wrapped up. Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right? Yes. And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes or
No,
no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there were some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought.
It's almost like 16 hours of investigation uncovered a lot more evidence than he had the minute he started. Imagine that.
After talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Section.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, a small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose, is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise.
You just said he had a skull fracture, but go on.
Below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
No bruises. He's been in the fucking snow all night. Like literally, what do you do to attempt to stop a bruise from forming? You ice it. His entire body was iced. Like, we saw the blood pooling on his back because it drained to his back. To me, that's a giant bruise on his entire back. It's he doesn't see bruises. It doesn't mean they're not there. Have you ever seen someone beaten to death without a bruise? Works both ways. Like, you're trying to claim he's beaten to death. Where are the bruises from that?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And
60 plus.
The person out to shoot, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall off right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
So, Proctor, let me ask
You
you a
just
question
said
again.
60.
Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car,
I mean, the medical examiner, I'm sure would love to hear you ask that question. The medical examiner, I'm sure, can explain how a bruise forms, why a bruise wouldn't form, what impact the cold has on a bruise. Fun stuff like that. A meathead cop can't explain that process. And that's it. They're not immediate. Bruises form over time. If he's out in the cold, that plays an impact on bruising.
5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha.
So it's almost like at that point, they didn't know if it was manslaughter or murder. Almost like who done it. They were pretty certain that day. The level of culpability for who done it took more investigating.
He was frozen in the driveway.
I mean, little Alan Jackson complains, oh, so 16 hours later, you'd already, well, sorry, let me back up. Not into anyone, but let me back up. Oh, so you didn't stick with your immediate assumption upon receiving the case. Oh, so 16 hours later, you were rock solid. You knew it was her. You eliminated all other suspects. How could you do that so fast? But now, intentional or unintentional, Oh, so you didn't know immediately? Incompetence much? It's like he wants everything immediately, but also wants him to take his time to figure it out. How do you want the investigation to go, Jackson? Do you want it all immediate, jumping to conclusions, or do you want it a meticulous investigation? Because you can't have both. You can't have both. So why you're holding him to, we're not sure 16 hours later if it's intentional or not? You're holding him to that. You're holding him to that because he hasn't uncovered evidence about that yet 16 hours later. But 16 hours, 16 hours, more than enough time to find out if it's intentional or not, but way too little time to determine who done it. It's that's it. Jackson, I'm going to take my jacket off. I'm not going to go any further. Don't be scared. To Harvey Weinstein's victims. And yet outraged, absolute moral panic that Trooper Proctor used a naughty word with his friends on his private cell phone. Absolute moral panic, outrage. But he's abusing victims on the stand in the Harvey Weinstein case, making such off-color comments to them. He's gross.
Driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement?
Once again, at that time, he didn't think he'd be able to prove it. He went on to find evidence that he thought proved it.
That this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove.
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Fuck you. Stop interrupting him. Stop interrupting him.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that? Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement
Yes, you did.
that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you're responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
Why the hell should he? If my friends ask me a question I don't want to answer, I don't answer. He's not being cross-examined. He's not being interrogated. He doesn't have to answer every single question of his friends. It's not suspicious. You putz.
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
Don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts nah, cat.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton, correct?
I mean, Boston police wouldn't have jurisdiction, period. It's not in Boston.
Text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, hang on a moment.
Yes.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you get in that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Having 5051 as the last four of your phone number must be so difficult, because anytime you give that phone number, people are going to write it down 5150.
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it
He said, yeah, something stinks.
takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
He knew by that time that it was her. He'd already, they already had all that evidence. They already had the taillight. They already had her, I hit him. They already had the Lexus. They knew it was her. They'd interviewed the McCabe's. They'd interviewed Brian Albert. They knew she'd been drinking. DUI manslaughter is a serious charge. They knew they'd at least be bringing that at this point.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. What did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Fuck you. Fuck you. He didn't say he was going to make it cut and dry. This is facts, not an evidence.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. Everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys...
Oh, her smirk is maddening. Her smirk and little head nod. Oh, she's... Ugh.
As you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, and an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe.
Was that just Yannetti telling her, knock that smile off your face?
So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there, correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being...
But how does what 5150 thinks matter in the slightest? He's not a witness. He's not a witness. he has absolutely no knowledge of the case. Shut this shit down, Judge. This is irrelevant.
Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead.
Besides which, if you want to know what 5150 was thinking, call 5150 to the stand. Oh, you can't? You can't? They're irrelevant? They're not a witness? Shock.
On that officer's lawn, correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
I can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jones.
And yet people call me boring, Kevin. They say I'm monotone and slow.
Jackson?
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts,
Hey,
he didn't do a thing wrong.
Hey.
She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
I guess I'm
16
getting a
hours into this
yellow
investigation.
monetization
Yes.
Into your
today.
objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
that's-
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner. And
We did. Well, 2 days ago. And it was on direct. I don't know that Jackson had covered this part yet. He was so focused on the nudes. But Lolly brought this out on direct.
a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yep, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed,
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
the accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique.
Oh.
Yes,
You think that's appropriate?
absolutely not.
Then Bert chimes in.
Once again, it's not appropriate. It's banter with his friends. This was only obtained through corruption. This shouldn't be in court. It doesn't impact his truthfulness, his honesty. It's just character assassination. That's all it is. And the thing is, even if it turns the jury against Trooper Proctor, it shouldn't turn the jury against the investigation. Other people were involved in the investigation. Sergeant Buchanan was with him for all the interviews. It was a team job. It doesn't change the facts of the case. So, you know, the jury can be outraged at his behavior. They still need to look at the facts. I'm not going to be one of those people that say, oh, well, this has surely turned the jury against him. Oh, the jury has absolutely made up their mind here. I don't know what the hell the jury's thinking. I'm not a mind reader. I'm not a mind reader. And that's it. He doesn't need to be professional with his friends. He probably shouldn't be talking about an ongoing case with them, though. To me, that's where he's unprofessional. He shouldn't be talking about an ongoing investigation. But his language, frankly, I'd be suspicious of cop, especially a Boston cop, that doesn't use this language. That's what I'd find suspicious. I really would. Well, as I've said, you know, I mean, I live in Utah. So I definitely do know a lot of people that wouldn't use this language. But in general, show me the person that doesn't use this language, at least in private with their friends. Because you show me someone who says they don't, I'll show you a liar. As I said, here in Utah, there absolutely are people that don't. And I'm sure in other states too, don't get me wrong. Utah just has a majority population that isn't supposed to use naughty language. They still do, a lot of them, but you know, it's the joke. Where does your bishop never recognize you? At the liquor store, or Vegas, or Wendover, or, you know, basically, you know, the nudie club. Because the joke is, everyone's doing it. You just don't acknowledge each other when you see that they're doing it too. So, yeah.
With a little comedy, not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
I actually haven't. Yeah, I haven't, but yeah.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Juror Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is
Wait till the end, Vince. I probably will, and I'll blame it on you.
cut and dry, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She's going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean
17
then
hours
when you
later,
said she's fucked?
17 hours later, he didn't decide he's going to frame her. 17 hours later, he realized the evidence was there. There's a difference.
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I'm going to make sure. I'm going to make sure.
And
Miss Reed
answered.
doesn't skate. She's fucked.
Asked and
That's what you meant,
answered.
isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
How dare
And how did you
Bird?
respond to Bird saying, good. No ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
Fuck you.
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things.
Fuck
I'm asking
you.
did you think it was funny?
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Stop with the commentary. Stop with the argument.
According to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022.
I mean, that's it, Casey. He's badgering. He's like yeah, he's making Trooper Proctor look bad. But once again, he's not attacking his honesty. He's just attacking his language, how he interacts with his friends. But he's giving him chances to reiterate, no, we had an overwhelming amount of evidence, right from the start. And and Dan, stay safe in the rain. Yeah.
A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Misread.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You can get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions.
That's it, Kfar. If you like deleting texts in anticipation of litigation or criminal charges, that's evidence tampering. In the ordinary course of business, or ordinary course of conduct in this case, perfectly legal.
Correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
That was not so, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustain.
A victim of.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy. 1 second, sorry.
That's it. That's it, Vince. I don't know if I probably said this right before you came in. I'd be suspicious of a Boston cop who didn't use this language, or at least who didn't admit to using this language, because they all do. Is it unprofessional? Yeah. But it's in his private time on his private phone with his friends. He shouldn't be talking about a case, an ongoing case, but it's what they do. And it doesn't. It doesn't. Jackson's trying to insinuate that Trooper Proctor's friends, who are completely uninvolved, their opinions are evidence of her innocence. And that's preposterous. That's absolutely insanity. And it just like attacking Trooper Proctor's propensity to tell the truth, that would potentially impact her guilt or innocence. Yeah, he's a lying liar who lies. Here, he's a douchebag. But from what he's done on the stand, he's owning up to it. And he's contrite, or at least on the stand, he's contrite. So, does that maybe say, hey, he is kind of truthful? He's owning up to it. He's explaining it. He's eating crow on the stand, and it's just, you know, even if you can't believe a single word Trooper Proctor said, Sergeant Buchanan had enough to convict her. You're you know, is Sergeant Buchanan a douchebag? Is he a lying liar who lies? I don't think so. And that's it, William. Everyone does it. Like, even if it's not as crude, everyone does it. I mean, you know, during my undergrad years, I worked at a restaurant as a waiter. As soon as you're behind that wall into the kitchen, you're talking mad shit about patrons, about diners, and it's just, is it wrong? Yeah. Is it what you need to do to get through the shift dealing with those diners? Yeah. It's just, you know, gallows humor. There's a reason gallows humor exists. When you're working a stressful job, when you're working, frankly, not just stressful, but an upsetting job, gallows humor is a coping mechanism. You know, people have said, I don't see how that any of this is a joking matter, the trial, and it's like, because you've got to make fun, you've got to add levity, otherwise it's depressing. It's depressing. So
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same day, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What do you guys like?"
exactly. Lynn's put it perfectly. It's wrong to be rude, but venting about human behavior to your support system is how you survive. It's a coping mechanism. It really is.
On, correct?
Yes,
And you wrote nothing, writing a warrant. Is that right?
correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes,
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you. Tybar, take that down, please.
Uh-oh. Well, that's it. I guarantee the defense team has said worse things about Trooper Proctor than Trooper Proctor said about Karen Reed. You know, let's bug, you know, let's put a microphone in the TGI Fridays when they go Friday after court.
You are unmuted.
And let's see what Jackson, Yannetti, and Karen say. Let's see if Turtle Boy's invited. Let's see what he says. And it's hilarious that Turtle Boy is outraged at Trooper Proctor's words. When Turtle Boy says worse every single live stream. I'm sure Turtle Boy has tweeted worse from the courtroom during the trial.
Take that down.
without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Yep, the judge is sick of it. Judge is sick of it. And yeah, I mean, you know, the number of times I've come home from court or
You are unmuted.
office and just had to rage for 5 or 10 minutes to anyone that would listen to me. And then be done with it. You keep it all in and you're going to stroke out.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? What you said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity?
That's argumentative. You asked him, what does integrity mean? He gave you his definition of integrity. And of course he did. Of course he did. He's a lying liar who lies. He's a weasel.
Means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
And they were private too.
When you say that juvenile and regrettable,
Obtained through fuckery.
sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Argumentative. Has Karen Reed apologized to John O'Keefe? Oh, wait, no, she can't. She killed him.
As a lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation,
Him developing a dislike for Karen Reed through the investigation is not a conflict of interest. You putz.
in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know?
Well, in that case, Alpha, she's clearly guilty because we know if you use that word, you're guilty.
And did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families. Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your
Argumentative.
recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you
Argumentative.
said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. Tell me, I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And it's like you're trying to impeach him with prior inconsistent testimony. He's testified that he knew Julie and Chris Albert, but primarily that Julie was his sister's friend. Sorry, and Colin as well. He's testified that he did. I believe he even said he disclosed it at, to his superiors. I can't remember. I think he did. So impeaching him with prior inconsistent statements saying he didn't know any of them, how? Like, if it were the other way around, you'd do that. Here, it's just drawing attention to he's telling the truth now.
You'd review that and look up and finish.
I think you'll have to wait longer, Taylor.
There you go.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about the question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir. Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
After all that, is he even going to be able to ask it? Is it relevant? Does it? Is Jackson mischaracterizing it? Does the very next sentence, I didn't know any of the Alberts. What about Chris and Julie? Oh yeah, I know them, kind of. Is that what the complete exchange was? But yeah. And it's $250,000 per, at least for Jackson and Yannetti, from what we've heard. It's, he will. Maybe not this time, but he will. He will. And that's it. It doesn't with him, it's not always a lie. It's just disingenuous.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beelan that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beelan that you didn't know, didn't have a relationship with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer,
Objection!
correct.
Stop!
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with
When he said little to no relationship, from the sound of it, that's basically what it is with Chris and Julie and Colin. They're his sister's friends.
the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, to ask if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have
relationships.
been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Argumentative.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned,
He answered a compound question singularly. That's why compound questions aren't allowed.
you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
That I don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe in the approach.
Except most judges wouldn't allow it. So it's not.
Jurors, feel free to stand.
He's badgering, he's argumentative, he's shouting over his answers. Most judges wouldn't allow it. It's just why this judge is allowing it is beyond me, especially as we've heard, this isn't her normal practice. She normally clamps down a lot more, and it worries me that she's changed, allegedly, her normal practices for this trial. And to me, you can't do that as a judge. You've got to take every trial just the same. How much longer is this? And I don't even know that she's split the baby. She's given the damn baby to the defense. I've commented before about the ridiculous videos that were coming up in my stream. I didn't watch any of them, where they, were trying to do a statistical analysis about the trial and, sustained objections for the prosecution versus the defense and in order to show that the judge was biased against the defense. And it's like, that's garbage in, garbage out. If the defense commits more violations, asks more objectionable questions, makes more out-of-hand comments, of course she's going to rule that way. But and that's it. as we discussed last week, or I think on Monday, discussing the book The Trial that I had to read in law school about the water contamination case in Woburn, Massachusetts. You object with your legs. You stand up, pound a table, and I object. Of course, based on the rulings, based on how the trial has proceeded, she probably wouldn't allow that. Because, she's not allowing speaking objections. She's having them approach. But he still needs to be heard. If Jackson's able to yell and scream and rant and rave at the witness, Lolly needs to be allowed to be heard. And it's theatrics, yeah, but like I said, you've got to be heard. Jackson's so loud that I mean that last objection that they all kind of steamrolled over, but we'll see. Apparently, this is a long. And I would hope, the jury sees through it.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And so, Mr. Reed wearing a tan suit. This guy on the right wearing a white suit. We know from the Obama years that wearing a tan suit pretty much, makes you a evil communist. So, the Reed family, evil communists. Therefore, Karen's guilty.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends.
That
your
too.
best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney,
Correct.
Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over to your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right, if you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Well, tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625.
So, when you say you dreamed you saw Joe Hill last night, which Joe Hill are you talking about? Because my mind immediately goes to Joe Hill that was executed basically on the grounds of my high school. My high school, of course, having been the territorial prison here in Utah and up until the 50s, when they moved the prison down to Draper, tore it down, turned the prison grounds into a park and my high school. A few years ago, they tore down the Draper prison and moved it out to the marshland of the Great Salt Lake.
You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
Well, how did you know? How did you know that? You know, this sounds like a conspiracy. This sounds like a conspiracy. You dreaming about someone that was executed at my high school 100 and some years ago?
I don't.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize it as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
So, Linz, the funny thing is, so it's Highland High School. I mean, it's I don't know that I've said that explicitly before, but you know, I've mentioned the rugby team. I've mentioned, you know, the NFL players I went to high school with. It's public knowledge. All of those are Highland High School. And they're the Rams, but their colors are black and white. There was discussion about being like the Highland prisoners or Highland felons or something like that. But way back in the 50s when the school was founded, they decided that would be distasteful. So they went with the Rams, but they did go with black and white as the school colors to, you know, for the black and white stripes.
Her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP?
And that's a good point also, Kfar. Like, my Facebook, several hundred people, like 10 of whom are friends.
In that text message.
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment. Okay. Sometime.
It's
We move to
my understanding, and the jury skews young. It is 10 women, but, well, 10 women, but I don't. Is that 10 total? Because remember, we started the trial 12 jurors, 6 alternates. Is the 10 women known jurors? Like, do they know who the alternates are yet? Are they going to draw straws at the end? Is it the first 12 chosen are the jurors and the other 6 are, you know, the next 6 are alternates? Is it, you know, I don't actually know because different jurisdictions do it in different ways. You know, lots of jurisdictions, they don't want the alternates to know they're the alternates until the end of the trial because they want them paying as much attention as the jurors, because you know, if someone goes in with the attitude, oh, I'm an alternate, I don't have to pay attention because I'm never going to deliberate anyway. And then 8 weeks later, they're like, oh shit, I didn't pay any attention and now I'm a juror. And as we saw, one of them left today. So if before it was 10, 10 of the 12 known jurors were women, might be 9 now, because it might be next person up was, juror number 13 was a man. I'm just speculating. I don't actually know. And it's just, do does the press in the courtroom know who the jurors are versus the alternates? Like, even if the jurors know, does the press know? So when we hear 10 women on the jury, is that 10 out of 18 or is it 10 out of 12? And I legitimately don't know the answer to that. All I've heard is 10 women skews young. And that's from the local reporter that Yellow Cottage Tales interviewed on Saturday. So I don't actually know. But to me, if it skews young, as I've said, I'm 40. I think that sort of 30 to 40 range, and Kfar can back me up on this because he's at the younger end of that range. Even words that will get you canceled now, we grew up saying into our 20s. You have Zoomers, you have 18 to 24-year-olds on the jury. Some of this might be shocking. To a 40-year-old, it's like, yeah, it's inappropriate. It's not shocking. It's, yeah. And Surrender Monkey, I'm lucky. My dad's on Facebook. My mom isn't. Of course, my mom's siblings are. I do. Well, I don't post on Facebook, really. Facebook sucks anymore because, I'm sure this won't be a controversial statement to those people that are my age. Kfar's too young for this one. But the best Facebook was when you had to sign up with a university email. Before it was open to the general public. Now it's just trying to be YouTube and feeding you ads and video, and like, you don't see your friends anymore. So what's even the point of Facebook? But midway between my midway through my master's degree, they reformatted Facebook and went from sort of everything all on one page to tabs and break off the wall from your friend, and it was better before that. Like, sort of the absolute OG Facebook was when it was at its best. I know that makes me old, but I said what I said. I said what I said, and Kfar agrees with everything I said, but especially that for that 30 to 40 age range, none of what was said is shocking. And so, and that's it. As I've said, I'm critical of police. I'm skeptical, but me wanting reforms doesn't make me anti. It's, you need to get rid of bad cops. But part of that is the good cops need to stop supporting bad cops. Good judges need to stop supporting bad judges. Good judges need to stop covering for bad prosecutors. Judge Manning, going back to the beginning of the stream. And it's, and that's it. It does, but they're in Boston, for God's sake. Like, he wants the jurors to clutch their pearls and swoon, and I never. They're massholes. Like, this might play well in front of a Utah jury. This is a jury of massholes. Like literally, you could have 12 Kate Peters deciding the case. Do you think Kate Peter is shocked and appalled at this language? I'm sure she'll agree it's inappropriate, but not shocking. Of course, I can't speak for Kate, but just based on my limited interaction with her and watching her on streams, this wouldn't be appalling. This wouldn't appall Shiz. That certainly, well, Turtle Boy is fake appalled, but he uses the language. It's yeah. Like literally, it's unlikely it's full of pearl clutchers. There might be one or two, or half, or whatever. But the thing is, once again, does clutching pearls negate any of the evidence? No.
Super Proctor, to tab 5, please. That's triple C, isn't Charlie?
Of course, there's a reason Kate named her channel Masshole Report.
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
But were you in college between 2004 and 2008? Because that's the period. It was founded in 2004, 2008, or late 2007, early 2008 is when that change was made to Facebook. And like, I joined in 2005, but didn't do anything with it for 2 years because, like, literally, I signed up out of curiosity because it was brought up in my communications classes in undergrad, and so I signed up. Like, searched for a few people I knew from high school, but didn't add any of them. I didn't add a profile picture or anything because, well, frankly, I didn't have any digitized. And like, taking a selfie just to me seemed so vain and stupid that I wasn't going to do it. And I mean, in the 19 years I've had Facebook, my profile picture has been myself for like maybe 6 months of that. It's been my dog. It's been between 2 photos of John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin. But see, I didn't get that, Alpha, and I don't know where you went to college. So obviously, University of Utah, it was rolled out Harvard first, then Ivy League, then and equivalents, but it still had to be university email. And even when I became active on it during my master's degree, because that's how we socialize. Well, how we arranged socializing. So, arrived in England start of October 2007. So that's when I started being active. And sometime during the year, they opened it up to everyone. And yeah.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that help, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them. Correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2020.
And yet they were so close that instead of texting Julie Albert to ask if she was available to babysit, he texted his sister as an intermediary. Maybe because his sister is the one that was close with Julie Albert.
22.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If I may have this. Yes.
Darcy, I'll do you one better. My mom, lovely woman that she is, has used my personal email when she's asked, specifically, I'm thinking of Chico's. She's done it other places too, where at the point of sale, they ask you for your email address. She's given them mine. Because for a very long time, she only had work email. She didn't have personal email. So she'd give them my email. I didn't like that. I don't like that. So, yeah.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with, why don't you show it to me? I may have the wrong report.
Thing is, my mom isn't technological. She's not even thinking about that, like, doesn't even cross her mind.
Do you recall Trooper Proctor ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
To the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please.
It's almost like Julie and Chris had very limited information to give him. They were with Karen and John at the waterfall, and that's it. They weren't actually witnesses to anything relevant, and neither was Colin. So until the conspiracy comes up, he didn't have a conflict. Even then, he didn't, but this is just silliness.
Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
And
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone
that's pretty much what my Hotmail account has become, Surrender Monkey.
log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a highlighted portion to the Proctor. Focus your attention on that. Let me know if that refreshes your reflection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Was Julie Albert a babysitter with benefits? Inquiring minds would like to know.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the contents of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you. How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous.
Yeah, remember when I said Jackson was the best attorney in the room? I've certainly changed my mind on that. It's almost like first impressions don't always last. So when Trooper Proctor, when he has no evidence yet, and all he has is from the firefighter saying she said she hit him, and he thinks, oh, it's a personal attack. He was beat. It's almost like his first impression didn't have to be set in stone, just like my first impression of Jackson didn't have to be set in stone.
All that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine. Just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
And, sometimes attorneys will have completely different demeanor on cross than on direct. Jackson isn't going to be this irritating, douchey weasel on direct with his own witnesses. He's going to try and be charming and relaxed and, so Lolly, should he show more emotion? Yeah, maybe.
You are unmuted.
But I can absolutely see him being more aggressive on cross. He may not raise his voice, but I can absolutely see him asking more biting questions, being more aggressive. You know, the cross-examination is the fun part for most attorneys. It's what you want to do. And yeah, it's outrageous of him. I mean, once again, you shouldn't, like, especially as you're still actively investigating a case, you probably shouldn't share it with any members of the public. You should interview your witnesses, discuss it with law enforcement, and keep it internal. But it's not like there's it's not like it's privileged. It's not confidential. So it's not best practices sharing with his friends and family, but it's not confidential either. There's not a gag order. There's not attorney-client privilege. There's not, you know, investigator witness privilege. It just, so once again, inappropriate? Yeah, probably. Illegal? No. Does it scupper the case? No. It's just nonsense. And the funny thing about parents, Lens, so as I said on Monday, my opa died at 95. His 98th birthday would be 9 days from today. And he wasn't a technological whiz by any stretch of the imagination, but he knew his way around a computer. My Oma, 3 years younger than him, she's like able to turn on an old computer and, you know, click on Tetris or a card game or something. There's no way she could work the internet herself. I think one of my cousins did set up a Facebook account for her, but she doesn't use it. You know, but my opa, he was an early adopter. Like he was old when he got his first computer, you know, in his 50s. But as a CPA, he's like, hey, this is useful. And he was a real early adopter. So he still needed to call his grandkids for tech support. But it's just funny how some old people are much better than others. So.
May I? Yes, thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just quick conduct, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't know the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case.
Correct.
It was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. This one. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote of course not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
His livelihood is he's an investigator.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you.
So basically, I wouldn't mess with it. I won't share things, which once again, these shouldn't have been shared. They shouldn't have become public. It was only through corruption and fuckery that the defense ever got his private text messages. None of this should be out. You know, Observer 777 says this investigation has been pathetic. What's been pathetic is the corruption from the feds. That's what's pathetic. The investigation hasn't been ideal completely, but it's been pretty normal. It really has. Cops talk. Cops are crude. That's normal. The weather sucked. You do the best with the situation you're dealt. Frankly, it was a normal investigation for a DUI manslaughter. They didn't investigate it for a conspiracy because there was no conspiracy. It's just all this sideshow. That's what's been pathetic. I mean, the prosecution hasn't even rested, and you've got crayon munching morons. Oh, at best, this will be a mistrial. At best, they haven't finished. You've been saying this since before the trial started because you've been spoon-fed bullshit from the defense. So when you're making these grand proclamations before the prosecution has even presented its entire case, or any of its case for that matter, you have no credibility. None. Absolutely none. And as I've said from the start, even if I think the prosecution has proved their case, I'm not going to say she's guilty until the defense has put on their case. Because that's how trials work. That's how trials work. It's just absolutely asinine. And that's it. The investigation found a lot of evidence against her. Even in that first 16 hours, by the time he was texting his friends. And remember, saying it looks like a homicide to his sister, that doesn't necessarily mean murder. Homicide essentially boils down to death by human. So murder is homicide. Manslaughter is homicide. Self-defense is homicide. So regardless of how it happened, it looked like homicide. It didn't look like John O'Keefe had slipped in the mud. It didn't look like natural causes. Therefore, even right from the start, it looked like homicide. Even if they didn't know the nature of the homicide yet, right from the start, it looked like homicide. And there's reasonable doubt before the state even started its case. They were screaming it before the trial started, and that's so pathetic to me. It's and the attorneys doing that is embarrassing to me as an attorney. Sure, be skeptical. Say the state hasn't proved its case. But, oh, there's reasonable doubt. There's no way the jury can convict until the jury hears all the evidence. No, they can't. It's ridiculous. And yeah, Jackson destroyed, annihilated Jen McCabe. And she's a goddamn victim. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. And it absolutely is, Vince. And it's like I said, joking about Sarah Boone at the beginning. The Mr. Cacciatore hasn't proved his case yet. Therefore, there's reasonable doubt, and the jury has to acquit. Sure, the trial won't start until October at, best case scenario. But I haven't been proved anything yet. Therefore, reasonable doubt must acquit. And yes, that's intentionally preposterous to prove a point.
You shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview him?
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
Then you wrote, it's not a big deal,
Nothing.
correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not, I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects. in a
No,
murder
no,
investigation
she
that you're in charge
fucking
of.
isn't.
Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, she isn't. Witnesses are not suspects. Witness, suspect. Now, a suspect by nature probably is a witness. A witness does not have to be a suspect. His sister's friends went home. They parted ways when everyone was still alive. That's what all the testimony is.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ.
And I forgot to mention, even if his sister thought, oh, Jesus Christ, Chris and Julie might be suspects. Courtney Proctor isn't an investigator. Her thoughts, her opinions are her thoughts and her opinions. They're irrelevant. They're irrelevant. The only person in that exchange whose thoughts on who a suspect is Trooper Proctor.
The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's
Sinclair?
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised, shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found in the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy. Would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
Newsworthy doesn't mean generally newsworthy. Something might be newsworthy to my sister that isn't newsworthy to the general public.
You were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you,
Kfar, do you know if that's the real Josh? Or is it the fake Josh?
we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claimed you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I shared with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone, or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations, that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, will we publish?
All right,
Yes.
it's the fake one.
2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
The real one probably would have got a quick ban just because he annoys the shit out of me.
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lowell, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift.
Of course not.
She never received a gift. Remember that?
Correct.
You said you never
Because
asked.
Saint Karen Reed, if she uses naughty words in texts, it's Saint understandable. Everyone else, it's corruption. And yeah, I'm going to obstruct justice for a $10 gift bag. Said no one ever. And it's, you know, Julie says she wants to get you a gift when this is all over. So this isn't Trooper Proctor saying, tell Julie I want a gift. Right now. It's when this is all over. She wants to do this. So it's, and him responding, you know, don't get me one. If she gets any one for anyone, get it for my wife. Which, once again, while it's ongoing, wildly inappropriate. When this is all over, maybe not so. But he still, from the looks of it, was trying to deflect. No, don't get me one. Get it for my sister, or get it for my wife if you get it for anyone. He's trying to deflect. To me, this looks like he's uncomfortable by the thought of it. But it's not his thought. It's Jackson's trying to show, look how corrupt Jackson is. Look how corrupt he is. But it's not him. It's not him.
For a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
So you did in fact ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask the foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records?
And he didn't. Like I said, my response would be, I was trying to deflect. I was trying to politely deflect, and that seemed more polite than saying, no, that would be inappropriate.
In this case, variously?
The phone records of
Anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
people, whatever.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
And Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having?
This is why you don't give your phone over without a subpoena, without a warrant. This is why you don't. And yeah, such shocking behavior. His sister having conversations with her friend. So shocking. 67 texts after. What was their text activity before? So you didn't collect phone data. You didn't seize every single person's phone. No, there wasn't probable cause to do so. We wouldn't have been able to get warrants to seize every single person's phone. But, and the thing is, you know, KFAR loves the police, wouldn't give it, because they might, you know, they might not use it in bad faith, but someone might. Like Turtle Boy and his attorney, we've seen his alleged victim, LG, naively handed her entire phone over to the prosecutor, who accidentally gave the entire thing over to the defense, and Turtle Boy published it. Do you know what you're supposed to do when you realize you receive, as a defense attorney, when you realize you receive privileged information you're not supposed to have? You don't share it with your client. You destroy it. And you inform the prosecutor, hey, you accidentally sent me the entire phone dump that I wasn't supposed to have. I have deleted the file because I can't have it. Hey, you sent me attorney-client privileged information. I stopped reading immediately upon realizing it was privileged, and I destroyed it. You keep it and send it to your client, you should be disbarred. You know, the Jen McCabe naively handing her phone over, and the Life 360 nonsense being pulled out, and it's clearly nonsense because, you know, based on my very quick math, Allie McCabe would have had to have been traveling 300 some miles an hour in order for the Life 360 to make sense. Even a Bugatti in perfect conditions on a racetrack isn't going that fast. They top out at about 300, and that's perfect conditions, perfect tires, straight road. But even though it's physically impossible, oh, so you did all this to cover up for Colin Albert? How very suspicious that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert provided their text chains with Karen and John and nothing else. Almost like they're cops and they know. They voluntarily shared that. They might not have even had to, because, you know, unless that was subpoenaed and not quashed, they didn't have to. They could have relied on Karen's phone that was seized and John's phone that they had. And it's the fake BSBT Naven, so he doesn't need to learn. But yeah. So Yeah, just don't hand over your phone. The feds shouldn't have had access to their phones, period, because they had no jurisdiction here. It was only through corruption that they were involved, in my opinion. But
Anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't see the phone records.
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you she had consistent communications with Juliana? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney?
so Hanzo, it's not Josh, it's the fake BSBT. We checked.
Your sister as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Because he was
Colin Albert was
irrelevant.
not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job.
Her daddy and morons, because Yannetti on his law firm website has a defense fund, but there are thoughts that the dad is paying a lot too. Maybe Karen, I don't know.
Of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you? You can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I'll take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with apostrophe, as apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
Corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses.
I paused to make the exact point that Jackson is, corroborating evidence is talking to other witnesses. The other witnesses said Colin left. Colin wasn't there. He was gone. The witnesses arriving from the waterfall didn't see him.
Witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
Might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7.
I do believe some people are out of order. Thanks for the super chat. Good, broken system, broken trust. Tell your namesake to take care of his warrant, by the way. But yeah, something's out of order. Of course, there have been complaints about Lolly going in order because he's been very sequential. With it's Jackson that does the Gish Gallop out of order. I realize I'm using out of order in a different sense, but he's the one that back and forth ping-ponging across time, whereas Lolly, very methodical.
What is it for identification?
My mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take a look at that. First, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
And yes, Biff, we need the medical examiner. As I said before I assume before you got here, before I saw you in the chat today, Jackson's attacking Proctor. Have you ever seen a 6,000-pound SUV hit someone and not have bruising? And I'd like to hear from the medical examiner about any bruising, but also about the impact that cold has on the formation of a bruise. Especially, let's say John died really quickly before bruises could form. Like, he rolled over, vomited, and died before bruises formed, and it was below freezing, so just nothing happened.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
And Trooper Proctor has been smart. He's not just reading what Jackson tells him to read. He knows the tricks. He's reading everything so that he has the context.
There you go.
Yes.
Is this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel? With course permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, sir.
And the objection system.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense?
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson? Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's almost like, who was there with Brian Albert Jr., and then who was there, who remained? What's the time period?
Was there one name left out?
So,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told
Zach
you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up.
And once again, Jackson needs to stop interrupting. He wants a yes or no answer, but he needs to let him answer.
By Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. And and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time they supposed
Back to Life 360. Once again, never hand over your cell phone without a court order. But also, we're back to the 300 plus mile an hour Econobox that Allie McCabe drives.
supposedly left 3430?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
We'll take a look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from cell phone report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see how
15, 20 minutes. You can do it.
So tired of his nonsense. You'll be able to tell the exact moment the jury's out. Here comes the smile. Maybe. Yeah. He really is. He's not good at it. He lies just like Alex Jones, though. He's conspiracy theories just like Alex Jones. He's gonna suffer consequences like Alex Jones. Maybe not $1.5 billion.
Hey there, Karen Reed Trial Watchers.
It's Jesse Weber. Maybe not $1.5 billion of civil judgments like Alex Jones, but I could see large civil judgments against him. He's going to do more prison time than Alex Jones. So the cross, once again, it's been shock horror, prove he's a douchebag, but really nothing of great evidentiary significance. You know, he's finally on to, oh, so Colin Albert's the real murderer, even though none of the evidence supports that, even though Life 360 jumping from cell tower to cell tower in a snowstorm when you shouldn't even have that. And like literally for that data to be true, she had to be driving over 300 miles an hour in a snowstorm, in a blizzard. And so like it's physically impossible. Like literally breaking the laws of physics. It would be nice if that were pointed out to the jury. It would be nice if a witness were able to do the math on the stand and say, yeah, for that information to be accurate, she was moving 340 miles an hour. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, but I wish it would. But I definitely am glad, though, painful as this is, that we've been on 1.5 speed, because watching this in real time would have been even more torturous. Let's click. Okay. I'm going to declare myself free Karen Reed tomorrow to see if my donations go up, Biff.
Nobody makes it.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not calling an alley or telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence, the former Albert residence, 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles?
How about from the McCabe residence? Again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34th Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance video?
There's no reason to.
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton?
Did the defense get those videos? No. Why? It would have been a waste of their fucking time. The prosecution not doing it, that's very suspicious. The defense not doing it, well, it was the prosecution's job anyway. Sure, it's not their theory of the case. Sure, there's no actual evidence that leads there, but they should have pulled all of the security cameras in Canton just to be on the safe side. We didn't have to do it. We're defense lawyers. We're the defense. We don't have a burden. I mean, if we're going to, disprove it with a defense, it's our job to gather that evidence. But, the prosecution should have done it for us. And since they didn't, since they only followed the actual evidence, they were incompetent, and we did our job.
Out video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement.
They've been recused from interviews. They recused themselves. Them driving down the street looking for ring cameras and saying, yeah, you should go check these houses.
In the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked what are some good cameras in the area.
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more
It's local knowledge.
knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers,
Yes,
whom you knew to be recused.
yes,
Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station.
So he's trying to play the, oh, so you were looking for Allie McCabe and Colin Albert at Canton High School, right? But I'm a little bit too familiar with the geography of Canton, Massachusetts by now. But let me zoom in on my phone, of course, just to be on the safe side. So remember, we've talked about the intersection of Washington Street and Sherman, because that's the intersection that the camera was, the camera footage was pulled from, that from the Canton Public Library, and then Canton Town Hall is kitty corner from the library. But they have the video, we haven't seen it yet, but presumably of Karen turning off of Washington Street onto Sherman Street, or on the way to John's house. You proceed north on Washington Street instead of turning on Sherman. You proceed through that intersection and you pass two cul-de-sacs, and then you're at Canton High School on Washington Street. So I have a feeling he was hoping that, you know, there's video footage of Washington Street. And it's not even so much, you know, let's say from the camera footage they pulled from the intersection of Washington and Sherman, they see Karen Reed driving north, but they don't, because of camera angles, don't see her turn onto Sherman. So you pull cameras from Canton High School showing Washington Street, and if you have a Lexus SUV at 12:30, 12:40 a.m. driving north on Washington Street, approaching Sherman Street, and within the next couple minutes, you don't have a black Lexus traveling north past Canton High School, the reasonable inference is that it has turned. What's the major cross street for it to have turned on? Sherman. So are they looking for Allie McCabe and Colin Albert? No. They want to see if a black Lexus SUV drove by, the same one that presumably they have approaching Sherman.
Has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in Discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Maybe because nothing came out of it.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Right. Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Her husband, Matt McCabe?
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July.
So Hillcrest is considerably north. Like, it's basically you go all the way to the north end of Washington Street, take a left onto Hubbard Street, which takes you into sort of a residential area, left onto Sutcliffe, and then right onto Hillcrest. But it's basically the last residential subdivision before you hit I-93. So all the way in the north of Canton. Everything else we've heard so far has been kind of central Canton, both east and west of Washington Street.
July 6, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
All right,
How
actually,
dare
my math is off,
he.
it's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antono, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter.
It's almost like the exclusionary rule is in effect. He hasn't been in the courtroom. He doesn't know who's testified and who hasn't. For all he knows, you know, he's the first city employee or state employee to testify. Of course, the reality is, as the lead investigator, he might have been exempt from the exclusionary rule. That's often the case. So,
Did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter
hearsay.
testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his case.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
Fuck off.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that
Fuck
right?
off.
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike.
Did you include any?
That's hearsay. That's facts not in evidence. That's all the objections. All objections. Where's Law Talk with Mike with his clips when you need it? All objections.
Anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Mechanic and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought it to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As a lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate.
And how are they supposed to know potential suspects, potential subjects, potential witnesses? If you if you find one and he hasn't, great. He interviewed him after he was made aware. Great.
Anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called it, the girl, was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her.
The thing is, he can't. The vagueness is the conspiracy. Because if he outright says Colin did it, then he can't blame Brian Higgins. If he says Brian Higgins did it, he can't blame Colin. If he says Zoe the dog did it, or Chloe the dog, sorry, he can't say Brian Higgins or Colin did it. It's they're intentionally vague, but they also have no evidence. They have no evidence that anyone else did it. And so the judge's pretrial ruling was, you can do a third party culprit on relevant admissible evidence. Just throwing out. So did Colin do it? Based on what? You have no relevant admissible evidence that he did. So insinuating, was Colin there? Was Brian there? Did Brian have inappropriate messages with her? It's just, they can't outright say who done it, because number one, then that locks that in as their theory, and they don't want that. But number two, they can't, because they have no relevant admissible evidence about who did it. The police have lots of relevant admissible evidence. It all points to Karen. It all points to Karen. So the thing is, they're trying to be coy about the some Puerto Rican guy defense. It's some Puerto Rican guy that was inside the house, as opposed to just, it was some Puerto Rican guy in a hit and run. And I think it was some Puerto Rican guy in a hit and run is the better defense. It's the more plausible. It's the more believable. It's the simplest. Of course, then you've got to explain how Karen Reed's broken taillight fits the taillight fragments that were found on scene. And that's a problem.
Vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was getting serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later. Right?
Argumentative. And once again, she's getting serious charges. I'll figure out intent later. So she's getting DUI manslaughter. I'll figure out later if it's murder.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects?
And motive doesn't have to be proved. Motive is not an actual element of the crime.
Who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes. Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Argumentative.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed?
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were asked,
How dare he provide evidence? How dare he? How dare he not hand over his entire phone so that the defense can thumb through it and, look for nudes? Don't know why anyone would look for nudes of Kevin or Brian Higgins, but how dare he?
actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil. I'm
your
sorry,
answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never
Let
experienced
him
that.
fucking answer. Judge. Come on.
history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
You were aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Coaxing him. Coaxing him to 34 Fairview. John called asking for directions, but he was coaxed to 34 Fairview. Fuck off. It's, as you know, I think the best movie ever made, Monty Python, Life of Brian, the single best moment in cinematic history is in that movie when John Cleese proclaims, "Fuck off," in a way that no one else could. Just absolute comedic venom. You know,
You are unmuted.
Brian asking, "Hey, aren't you the Judean People's Front?" And Cleese, "Fuck off, Judean People's Front. We're the People's Front of Judea." Just pure genius.
Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to.
He didn't have the means because he wasn't there. He had left. Like, from Brian Higgins' testimony, he left pretty quickly from 34 Fairview because they had beer, not liquor. So how did he have the means? Like, did he have telekinesis? Did he have a space laser? Did he have a sniper rifle?
Get to a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean he doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They were
you-
friends.
I wouldn't ask you about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me,
A
right?
freaking laser beam.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and he's a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
Oh no,
I interpreted that as
roughhousing.
horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Fuck you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fight stances.
Asked and answered.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
It's gross.
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent.
You decided not to image his phone. He didn't have a warrant to image his phone. He didn't have probable cause to image his phone. He did not have a court order. He didn't have a court order. It's not, oh, you decided not to. He took what he was given. The Constitution exists. It's not just for your client's protection, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Higgins, ATF agent Higgins, also has constitutional rights. The cops seizing phones willy-nilly is unconstitutional.
To search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
He didn't have
you know
probable
that-
cause.
On January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning.
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that call took place because you didn't get his phone. Trooper
He
Proctor, right?
couldn't have.
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone.
He
correct?
couldn't
Objection.
have.
Correct.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes,
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
that's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
Allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that determination. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
Argumentative.
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G's in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right?
And
Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr.
and I hit the wrong damn button. I apologize. I meant to get rid of 2:27 a.m. just because they're annoying me off their one comment. I'll fix it. I can't from StreamYard, so give me a few minutes. I apologize, Anne. It was unintentional. It was 100% unintentional. I'm going to fix it, so I'm sorry.
Cortibello, the female medical examiner, who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
The reason you referred to Dr. Cortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case you hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Cortibello?
Okay. You should be back, Anne. I apologize again.
Don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, right?
Objection.
Oh no, sarcasm.
You agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be.
I mean, we have all these sarcastic comments from Jackson in court that the judge has had to repeatedly admonish him for. How dare the state troopers be sarcastic with each other? How dare they? You know, I can make sarcastic comments in court in front of the jury. How dare you make sarcastic comments out of court?
To be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
How many murder cases in the history of your career
Everyone does.
have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mhm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course, it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, and of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you've literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification? Is
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
so I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base?
Sure, it's
stamp number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a
sorry,
minute, please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper Chico, one of your colleagues?
It is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Gotcha.
Trooper Chico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Like he's busting your balls?
You know, when Trooper Chico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see
Hey, busting his balls, busting his chops. Apparently, I'm more vulgar than Mr. Vulgar himself.
it as your job, you and Trooper Chico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
Did Chico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was doing.
Busting his chops saying, well, I'm better than you. Besides which, this is DeChico, not Proctor. So DeChico being willing to manipulate the ME, coerce the ME, would be on DeChico, not Trooper Proctor. Of course, once again, it's Trooper DeChico busting his balls, not actually trying to tamper. But this is just ridiculous.
That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained. You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge him. Is that right?
Yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
It's almost like in a whole sea of evidence, an ocean of evidence, there's a puddle of uncertainty. It's like we have evidence where he was found. We have evidence of taillights. We have evidence of her statements. We have the medical examiner saying undetermined cause of death. But all the other evidence is pointing to Karen Reed did it. So undetermined cause of death doesn't rule out a homicide. She didn't rule it a heart attack. She didn't rule it, immediate onset diabetes. She didn't rule it a brain hemorrhage. She just didn't rule anything out. I'm guessing that's probably because of the cold and the cold's impact on bruising or not. It's just, yeah.
Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's
Argumentative.
what you had decided to do. correct?
Argumentative.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area, meaning?
No.
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware?
Almost like he looked at the relevant stuff. He looked at the time frame that he was interested in, deleting text threads with her daughter from weeks before weren't relevant to him. But clearly, those texts between Jen and Allie McCabe a month before, hey, so we're going to kill Johnny on the 29th. You in?
Whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Don't turn over your phone. Ever. Fight the
As the case
subpoena.
agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Fight the subpoena. Don't turn it over.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
He didn't have probable cause. He didn't seize Jen McCabe's phone. She volunteered it.
No.
Julie Albert's?
Nope.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
He didn't have
No, I don't.
probable cause.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the
I really hope that on redirect, Lolly asks, You didn't have probable cause to seize any of these phones. You didn't have probable cause to seize Jen McCabe's phone. In fact, Jen McCabe volunteered her phone. You didn't seize it. That's very suspicious of you, Edwin.
Celebrate report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Ms. McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you can put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian, right?
Yes.
You could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's identification, it should be III,
All right, thank you.
then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
It really is ridiculous, Anne. It really is. It's a bog standard DUI hit and run. Well, I mean, it might be second degree murder, but it should have been a bog standard case. It should have been like a 3-day trial. But they turned it into a conspiracy, and it's wild and it's inappropriate, and the collateral damage has been huge and disgusting.
On January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him, and we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
The Canton police were recused, so they can't have any involvement. But they were witnesses on the scene before they were recused. How dare you interview witnesses from a department that recused itself? The troopers interviewing the witnesses is not the recused Canton Police Department investigating. It's them being interviewed as witnesses because they're already witnesses. You've got to coordinate those interviews. You've got to set up a time for those interviews. You can't just show up and say, yeah, we'll take that room and you're coming with me right now. Doesn't work that way. You set it up. You communicate.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses? And he shouldn't even be having contact with you. Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews. You told them the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes,
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes,
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
yeah, I believe it was Officer Mulaney and Seraph.
Page 2592.
His colleagues.
I'm sorry, Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes,
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct.
You then answered,
Oh, so Yannetti's in on the conspiracy then. Good to know. It's almost like, it's a tangled web. People interact with people. It's wild.
anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes,
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes,
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
correct.
That would mean that if you use a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them.
Fuck off. He didn't.
Brother,
He
Objection.
didn't.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind.
Never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording room?
Typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have.
They don't normally record. They didn't use the room because they're not in control.
access to your recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
What did you answer?
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it. You,
When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recording room, right?
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it to broadcast. It's been 10 minutes, been 4 minutes.
No.
You ever heard of that?
Argumentative.
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Super Proctor, after you knew the Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continue to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
Professional.
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So we're beyond professional, right?
But you said
Yeah.
close personal. You said close personal.
Right, this is
Drinking acquaintances, right?
on several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you asked about Julie, Chris, and Colin. You didn't ask about Kevin. Oh, so when you said you didn't have a close relationship with Julie, Chris, and Colin, that was a lie because you worked a cold case with Kevin. Those are 2 separate questions. Those are... Chris Albert is not Kevin Albert. Jesus.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there?
There's
Right.
lots of
Yes.
Alberts.
But you didn't tell us about that one.
You
Gotcha.
didn't ask.
I'll allow it.
You didn't
Right.
ask.
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes,
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
You didn't ask before. And Kevin Albert isn't a witness. He's not a witness. Not a witness. Not a witness.
Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter? All
We're still in tab 13. We're still in tab 13.
right. So what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602.
I didn't take statutory interpretation in law class or in law school. That's one of the more difficult classes from my understanding. Can't remember what there's one that literally was impossible. I obviously didn't take that either, but
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of that, does that refresh your recollection? That on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes,
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
he
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
there's no other option. He was blackout drunk. Or did he leave it in the car to be safe and forget to pick it up? I don't drink. I've left things in my friend's car before. Not a gun, but I don't like guns, so.
I'm asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk?
I
Were you
haven't.
drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
Who's to say it wasn't left in the cruiser and then they got a cab home? You're taking a lot of jumps here, a lot of leaps. Who's to say they didn't park the cruiser, leave the badge and gun in it, and then walk home after a few drinks?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
All right, publish.
Yes.
Once again, all of this is only out there due to the corruption of the local U.S. Attorney's Office. Federal corruption is the only reason they have these texts. Kevin Albert isn't a witness. Not a witness. Not a witness. What Trooper Proctor has or has not done on a prior investigation with Kevin Albert is irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good," end quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you have been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Sure.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, with the Proctor.
And by the way, I should also point out you got drunk and drove a cruiser as evidenced by Kevin Albert being hungover. Kevin Albert being hungover doesn't mean Trooper Proctor was. Doesn't mean Trooper Proctor was drunk. Trooper Proctor driving a drunk Kevin Albert. They're out of town working a case together. A cold case. You eat, you drink, you're not on the clock the entire time you're out of town working a case. Once again, don't drink and drive. It's a scumbag move. Karen. Shock. You might have had a drink or two, or who knows. Kevin Albert might have been drunk and in your cruiser, but the angelic Karen Reed on trial for DUI homicide. We know she drove drunk. We know she drove drunk. Maybe it doesn't look so good defending your drunky client by attacking others for the similar conduct, potentially similar conduct. This is ridiculous.
Correct.
I would.
I'm going to change gears.
I'd
to
be
Proctor. You
pissed.
personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to.
All right, jumping back around, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. It's
At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
You can take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you, sorry, it's not of you, but you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Go ahead, have this marked and removed.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 568.
568? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes, first the clothes on the ground.
Ad Scooter, welcome
I
to
do, yes.
Okay, that
live.
appears to be
Must have been really fast if you were catching up, considering we're at 1.5 speed. Of course, as I've said, I'd be even more insane than I am now if we hadn't been at 1.5 speed.
what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The t-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yes,
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes.
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, chair.
And you notice the IVs in John's legs because, well, number one, they were pushing fluids into the bone because that's the pushing drugs, not fluids, because that's absorbed faster than through the blood. Yeah.
I do.
See what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating, during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Yep.
Correct.
All right. We can get that.
And that's it. It's just wild to me. It's not just Turtle Boy. Like I said, there are legal YouTubers I've seen that shock, horror, Trooper Proctor. How could you? This clearly exonerates Karen Reed. Trooper Proctor is the worst person ever. He should be strung up by his toenails and flogged. And yet these legal YouTubers, I've seen them say much worse things on live stream. It rings real hollow when I know these people have said worse, when I've seen these people say worse. As I've said naughty words too. Yeah, it's just that sheer hypocrisy is mind-boggling. You know, oh, Trooper Bukkake. It's mind-boggling, the hypocrisy. It's inappropriate of Trooper Proctor. Yes, it's not shocking. The pearl clutching from people in glass houses is maddening.
You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Mechanic's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in this pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Mechanic started testifying. You get back to Kenton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the,
I mean, I can't say I've said worse. I've certainly called her Amber Turd. But, you know, is that inappropriate? Sure. Is it fitting? Sure. Is it shocking? No.
your facility
Yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing
going to
area.
ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Mechanic and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butch of paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when They entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper Chico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
Did you request him to bring it with him? Is it the witness's job to bring the evidence that you want to present? No. No. Oh, so you didn't bring this today? It's not his fucking job. You bring it. You bring it. You have it. If it exists, it was turned over. So you should have it. Present it. It's not his job to bring it with him.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
Fuck you.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log
Argumentative.
attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. Not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that label's created. And then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility and then was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fuck you.
Is there a log of that?
Fuck you. Where's the log? You didn't tell him to bring the log. You're supposed to present the log. You're supposed to. It's awfully convenient that you didn't bring any of it. And why didn't you bring it today? It's because it doesn't exist. Well, it does. I'm just not the keeper of that log. And I don't bring evidence with me. At least, not without instruction. Because remember, he did bring the box containing the tail light, but that's going to be in the log, for starters. And it's because Lolly told him to bring it. Of course, it's possible Lolly brought it and, had him bring it into the courtroom. But either way, it's documented. The evidence log, as he's not the evidence sergeant, that he's not in charge of the evidence log, not the keeper of the evidence log, he doesn't have it. And it drives me nuts that Jackson, so you didn't bring it? You didn't bring it? Not his job. Not his job. And It's no idea. I mean, they're young. I assume they can see through his bullshit on the pearl clutching. It's anyone saying, "Oh, the jury has absolutely made up their mind," is full of shit. Unless they're a mind reader, they're full of shit. And yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
I mean, possibly it's he assuming the evidence sergeant, evidence custodian is on the witness list, can call him.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes,
And you originally claimed that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Argumentative.
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location of 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It was my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Fuck you.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
He
Again, I don't
said
know
he
who
doesn't
came from.
know.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough. They're both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by.
And that's it. Oh, so you know that it was seized before, and it's like it arrived at the Sallyport after 5. The search team was already on scene. There's no way they could have planted the evidence under the snow. It's asinine.
And the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you're the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
That's
You did pull a lot of video in
legal
connection with this case, did you
conclusion.
not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera, located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Kenton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right? 2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided a discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have a date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound that right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on, and then
It's oh, so you didn't hand it over even though you hadn't pulled it. You didn't pull it. You intentionally didn't seek out that video knowing it was exculpatory. Okay. Once he pulled it, he turned it over, right?
and hand it over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage.
And how dare he engage in his continuing duty to disclose, as opposed to getting everything all at once, immediately, and not continuing to seek out evidence. You don't find it immediately, conspiracy. You don't find it immediately, you're hiding evidence. You continue to disclose evidence as you're required to do. Conspiracy, you held it back. You held it back.
And I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out now.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, which sort of mainly black
Stop
and grainy.
interrupting.
And another one showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Kenton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
You recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage? Right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to in the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had that video surveillance, you had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that? And clarify.
I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Argumentative.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior. Does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31, right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once
see-
again, it's motion activated. And do we know the timestamp is correct? We don't. With the waterfall, we had testimony that let's see, waterfall was on real time. CF McCarthy's was like 13 minutes off of real time. With the garage photos, the Sally Port videos, we don't know. We just don't know. When it skips to 5:40, is that just when the motion activation turned that really grainy camera on and the timestamp's wrong? We don't know. We really don't know. So.
You sidebar if you want.
Okay.
And Alpha, so Paul Carroll, attorney who doesn't have his own YouTube channel, but he's, he gives commentary on other people's, been on KFARs quite a few times. So he has filled me in on Discord about some of his interactions with uncivil law, comments back and forth, and
You are unmuted.
some of it to me is just it's wild. It's wild. It's like I don't like casting aspersions. I don't think uncivil law is viewing this objectively, but of course that's my opinion, but and agreed.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just didn't know if you specifically knew who he was. I figured you did, but just on the off chance you didn't.
You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that by the way,
And
did you secure that video, the second one?
And I believe you're referring to the one that sat with the Reed family a couple of weeks ago.
Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing. is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
Dante, it's because it gets the views. It gets the views.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That
Did
was
you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By who?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video.
Let him answer. What did you notice? Let him answer.
So Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person? Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appeared?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing.
So Chief Berkowitz is magic. That's what we're hearing. Or motion activated video cameras suck.
Footage, correct?
It appears that way.
And you're
Or it
holding-
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp in the bottom was inverse. Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was kind of backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
I just opened up.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Blue timestamp was
So the video
yellow.
you saw at a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
Not the video itself. Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was
It
not?
was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow
And were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, jurors.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
So am I.
You are muted.
So am I. I mean, so it sounds like the timestamp was inverted on the corrected video. He was reviewing the corrected video the other day. Shocker. That's it. He said he reviewed it the other day. It sounds like he watched the defense version. Shocker. How dare he? And I can't believe we're still on Trooper Proctor. I'm really tired of little Alan Jackson. I hope he doesn't get any more high-profile cases, because I would hate to have to cover another one of his trials. Pathetic little weasel that he is. And CJ5, good to see you. You've, yeah. It's been a fun morning. And I'm talking very early morning for you over in upside down kangaroo land. But remember, I'm still a bootlicker, you know, according to dumbasses that have come in, free Karen Reed people. I'm still a bootlicker, even though, you know, started off the stream with a rant about corrupt prosecutors and judges in Fulton County. So I'm still a bootlicker. Don't forget. Only one boot though, not boots liquor. But how really annoyed by the preview that shows white and not. It's really annoying. Really annoying. And yeah, it's I don't like it. I don't like it. And it could be useful. It would be a useful skill. Something that I was taught in junior high, if you want to be obnoxious, you know, giving the courtesy wave when a car stops to let you cross the street. You say fuck you and thank you. Looks the same. So, looks the same. And that's it. If the timestamp was inverted on the corrected version, that would mean it was filmed inverted. It was filmed in mirrored. And therefore, whoever set up the surveillance camera back in the mists of time, hundreds of years ago, by the look of the camera, was in on the conspiracy. Because they set it up backwards. They set it up mirrored. They set it up for TikTok.
We're back in session, you see?
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please. right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. People Proctor, before we were discussing Sally Port video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those
Yes.
Sally Port videos end up
You
in
are.
possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sally Port videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sally Port videos?
I believe it was
Individual.
the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to ring video footage. You've already testified that there were
Ooh.
several hundred ring videos from One Meadows from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer,
That would be not good. Take it as a grain of salt, but that would be not good.
you obtained and controlled those ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes,
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's ring account in that cell phone. Is that right?
correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his ring app on his cell phone. Is that right?
Yes,
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his
Obviously.
login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the ring.
Which means
Yeah.
some way or another, you could get access to ring videos
Correct.
and watch those ring videos on his app on the phone.
Yes.
Which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Ms. Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on
Fuck's
January
sake.
29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Ms. Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
So Karen probably deleted it. Unless it was John risen from the grave.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And he did that at your request.
correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes,
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
from memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
That's my recollection. I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes,
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would you refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes,
May I, Mark?
Yes.
And once again, did you delete the videos? Did Trooper DeChico delete the videos? It's your client had 15 minutes in the O'Keefe residence. She wasn't interacting with the O'Keefes. She was upstairs where the office is. She probably deleted it herself. Is about what I would expect.
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
It doesn't
Okay,
appear.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Super Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home.
0041. So 12:41 a.m.
Correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? Is that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Does it say ring, or is he looking at the library video? Is he looking at, you know, what video? Does he specify ring?
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. Every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
Fair approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
What's wrong?
How dare you not bring your report?
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. Fair approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
Ring probably needs a feature like for law enforcement to call in and lock down an account. Like, you know, call January 29th as soon as they realize there's Ring cameras and say, hey, lock down the account. No changes. They might have that. I don't know. Just saying it might be a good idea.
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some notes in your review of all of the Ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there's no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from Ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
He doesn't
Yes,
know
it's something
that
I
there
tried to
was
find the Ring
anything
for
from
months,
12:41.
as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed.
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. The
Someone's
fact
sick
is,
of his shit.
notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 in January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Ask Trooper DeChico about it then. Ask Trooper
Trooper Proctor, would you
DeChico
agree
what he
that from the
saw.
very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Yeah, as a suspect.
Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. We've, like I said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is a triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Apologize to the jury that they had to witness it.
Yes, sir.
Do you see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, I didn't give my
Yes.
request.
Once again, jumping back and
Yes.
forth through time.
2526, please.
Makes
On that
you
date, February 4th,
appreciate
2022, your
Molly.
sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
okay, take that down.
almost like Courtney Proctor isn't a witness. Courtney Proctor is irrelevant. It's, I didn't give my name because I didn't want to be linked to Trooper Proctor. Like, is it a GoFundMe for the kids? We have absolutely no context to it. Could it be something completely irrelevant that she's already aware of the harassment? The harassment has started by this time. And so she's donating to the American Cancer Society, but she does it anonymously so that the American Cancer Society doesn't get ambushed.
You are unmuted.
Yes.
We see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she
Get
would
off
just
your
die,
fucking
correct?
soapbox.
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Unetti's
Loosely.
twitching.
Chris L, loosely.
Yes.
Julia, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, it stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Let's talk about Jackson's figures of speech.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
He's going to get me
Ass leakage. That's one of
demonetized
these figures of
again.
speech, right?
Correct.
a girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Agreed.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like
Do you agree that you have participated in the dehumanization of Jen McCabe, of Colin Albert, of all of the Alberts, of Trooper Proctor, of Trooper Proctor's sister? This entire free Karen Reed apparatus that you approve of has dehumanized half of Canton. It's ridiculous.
this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words.
Come on. Stop demonetizing me, you jackass. But it would be far easier of you to follow the evidence than to cook up the world's stupidest conspiracy. Once again, what kind of moron cop murders someone, participates in the cover-up, and just dumps the body on his front lawn? That's the stupidest cover-up murder conspiracy ever. But you just conveniently went with the easy option of following the evidence instead of framing a Boston cop.
You hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, he's got his angry face.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
Damn it, I was speaking over it. Wrong. Or I wanted just a little.
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, like this.
Objection.
Oops.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor,
I could
it would be
have.
far easier for you
I
to
could
pin it
have,
on the
but
girl
I'm stubborn.
who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Fuck you.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
I understand. I've just done it dozens of times in this trial. Dozens of times. Shame on you, Jackson. God, I hate him.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
And at some point, she needs to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I mean, not in front of the jury, but at some point, she needs to.
Now, when you had started the cross-examination the other day, you were asking questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations, because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office.
That sounds like a good reason to not like David Yannetti.
As well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday, in the parking lot where he's not welcomed, or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And the teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
So someone spoiled and said David Yannetti went to his sister's school. I took that to mean they were classmates. I didn't realize it was he's showing up at the school to harass Courtney Proctor yesterday. Yikes.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
That's gross. And Karen is sitting there so smug. The jury's in the room. She is smirking and smug and oh. This is gross. Showing up at school? I mean, Yannetti sounds like someone you'd cover, Kfar. Ew. It's and ew. And the defense opened the door to it because, they brought up his dislike of Yannetti. So why don't you like Yannetti? This is why. Ew. It's like, I'm not alone in thinking the defense has committed offenses that could get them disbarred. It's the free Karen Reed apparatus. If it's shown they had anything to do with it, it could not only have them disbarred, it could have them imprisoned. If there's any paper trail leading to them, any communications that lead to them, it could be bad. And like I said, I've been saying this for weeks, but I'm not the only one who has said it. Attorney Kevin Mahoney, who has, he said before this, he's been on good terms with David Yannetti. He liked David Yannetti. He doesn't know this David Yannetti. It's gross. Yeah. They basically, they asked, because I can't remember if it was to his sister or his friends, but he texted an old photo of Yannetti. Looked like Yannetti was a bit of a porker. It wasn't a very good picture to me, but I think that's why it was embarrassing to Yannetti. But why do you dislike Yannetti? And, do you dislike David Yannetti? Something like that. So redirect why. And Karen had her she's gross too. And you'd hope. Now, Karen keeps her face mostly in resting bitch face mode while the jury's in the room. But as soon as they walk out, it's all smiles and yucking it up. And of course, she's had smirks today. It's they're they're all gross. And remember, I'm a defense attorney. Like I defend defense attorneys because lots of people condemn all defense attorneys. It's these ones that I don't like. It's, Young Thug's defense attorney is abrasive from what I've seen, arrogant from what I've seen, but his rights have been severely violated. It's and that's true. You see this, but I think like Johnny Cochran, I think was mostly respected. Like, I think he was great. There's yeah. And just as I said, we need the good cops to call out the bad cops. We need the good defense attorneys to call out the scumbag defense attorneys. God, he's gross. Like, I hope they sanitize the courtroom every night after he leaves. It's just, ugh. I don't actually know who Ben Crump is. And they look so funny scurrying back to the defense table at 1.5 speed. Well, I mean, Camille wasn't a defense attorney, but you can be a zealous advocate without being a douche. And with Alan Jackson, absolutely. Absolutely. Probably to the picture of David Iannetti kissing his forehead. And CJ5, that's because he is. And we're waiting on the jury. And the camera's positioned so you might get a glimpse of the jury for some reason. Hopefully they fix the camera. I honestly don't know.
You are unmuted.
I really don't.
Chief Rice for the jury.
And I'm assuming that's why that juror was dismissed this morning. The personal reasons, as the judge put it.
Thank you. Maybe see the close back session.
Witness 2, please. Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record. Seriously? And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
All right. So I suggest you listen to the question before you answer. That means struck that answer, struck that question. This is the question I will allow you to ask. And I will only allow Trooper Proctor to answer that question. So, Trooper Proctor, listen to the question.
Try that again. As far as You were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti?
So the reason that was struck is it was non-responsive. He was asked about the text messages in 2022. David Yannetti's actions concerning Trooper Proctor's sister were yesterday. So why did you dislike him in these text messages in 2022? Well, the reason he disliked them in those text messages from 2022 have to be for reasons that happened before those text messages. So it was non-responsive. And that's true. They still heard it. Just like they've heard all of little Alan Jackson's snide remarks. They've heard all of little Alan Jackson's inappropriate questions. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can tell the jury to disregard it. They probably aren't going to. Or at least they'll try to, but it's still there.
By counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children.
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. Form. Meeting.
In that form, it's strictly not allowed to ask that witness.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers?
That's a trick. You ask the leading question, it's rightly objected to and sustained. Then you ask the non-leading question that's already given the hint of how you want them to answer.
From the start of this investigation with an open mind, like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed.
Can he? Probably not. Is it a closed campus? Is is it witness tampering? Probably not, because she's not a witness. Of course, as I've said before, this is one of the things I dislike about the criminal justice system is defense attorneys are really limited in how they can talk to witnesses. We're unlike civil trials, we don't automatically get to depose everyone. We don't get to interview witnesses. If we interview witnesses, the prosecution rattles sabers about witness tampering. Like, we have to ask the permission of the court to depose witnesses. And the general rule is you don't get to. So it's very one-sided. And I really dislike that. So, you know, is David Yannetti showing up there witness tampering? Maybe. But is Courtney Proctor a witness? Probably not. So.
Compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this.
Harassment, on the other hand,
investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Ms. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And that's a good question. We can get you to your sister. We can get to you too. So that, but then, as Alpha says, a defense attorney can effect service of process, but the notes say that's ill-advised. You know, I'm not going to serve process on anyone. That's what process servers are for. I'm not going to interview witnesses. That's what private investigators are for. You don't want to become a witness in a case that you are a lawyer in, because then you're conflicted out. That's why you have private investigators do the interview. Make them the witness.
Sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64. And ask you to read both of them.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64.
Or like Blue Bacon. I bet Blue Bacon's testified in court, maybe not criminal court. Well, I'm sure military criminal court, but you know, sounds to me like Blue Bacon has primarily done like marital PI work, but that would make him a witness. Down boy. I really don't know anything about him, but I assume that's, do we get jury duty? And it's possible. Lawyers tend to not make very good jurors. We're too skeptical. But part of the problem also is you put a lawyer on a jury and the other jurors give deference to the lawyer. So usually we'll get called for jury duty, but we're tossed pretty quickly. Doesn't always happen. In Donald Trump's criminal trial in Manhattan, 2 of the jurors were attorneys. Of course, Manhattan, I believe, has the second highest concentration of lawyers per capita, only behind Washington, D.C. So, you know, it's harder to avoid lawyers on a jury in Manhattan than say, New Mexico, which has one of the lowest per capita lawyer populations. But yeah, we can, Runkle says in Canada, they're statutorily not allowed on a jury. So Ian Runkle cannot serve on a jury. Here we can, as I've said, when I was in law school, we weren't attorneys yet, but my third year in my evidence class, there was a second year law student called for jury duty. Her dad was a judge in that same courthouse. He'd only become a judge like a year earlier, roughly. But her dad was a judge. She was a law student. She had jury duty and she served on the jury. Like, I would have expected her to be dismissed. Daughter of a judge and a law student. She made the jury. And she, after the prosecutor, defense attorney, and judge all gave her a lot of attention, answered her questions, explained things to her that they might not have normally because they knew she was a law student. Our evidence professor was informed she had jury duty, and she said, all right, you're excused from class. It's an excused absence, but your assignment in order to be excused from class is you have to report about jury duty to the class. So yeah, we can and do get jury duty, but it's rare. And yes, he's Bull from Night Court. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, there are now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony.
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told or what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Albert was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 20th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
And if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that,
Regardless of his position, correct?
regardless of what he does for a profession.
You know my approach?
Yes.
It's like, I want to impugn the integrity of Brian Albert. I want to insinuate he's a murderer. I do not want the witness answering what he would have done had there been evidence leading to Brian Albert.
Apologies, John. You, document I showed you the other day. You recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asking questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group? That text message.
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Inform that, Sustained.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Retreat. Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th,
And
correct?
to be fair, it was leading, but
Yes.
And that includes Ryan Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Terry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
He asked you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your
Lolly makes the charging decisions. Or Lolly's boss, or, you know, someone in his office.
purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asking questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
Those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant Ms. Reed charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. How long?
No,
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
it's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection. Sustained. Watch your phones.
How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
I didn't see it in the 80s and 90s, Kova. I saw, like, when they switched to digital television, basically, you know, the local stations, instead of just having channel 4 over the, you know, antenna, it was 4.1 and 4.2 and 4.3. And like 4.2 would be old, cheap TV shows. That's where I saw Night Court.
Now, you were asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, have you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that, this kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was February 2022.
yeah,
So what my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert? No.
I don't know. I can't remember.
A family ski trip? A family ski trip? Utah has ski resorts. I've been to a lot of Utah ski resorts. Conspiracy. And on that note, it's potty break time, so I will be back momentarily. Behave yourselves while I'm gone, and Kova, you're in charge. All right, I'm back. And Vince is pulling your hair. Oh, it's shocking. Shocking. And yeah. Oh, and you've got it, CJ5, Law Talk with Mike. He's a skier. Conspiracy. I know he's skied in Utah. I think his favorite is Jackson Hole, which, we'll forgive him for that. But we know he's skied in Utah because he has commented about the quality of Alta, which it is a quality ski resort. Like, Alta and Snowbird will kick your ass. They're hard ski resorts. Like, I learned properly at the canyons and was doing black diamonds there, not the extreme ones, but I was doing canyons, black diamonds. And then I skied Snowbird and I'm like, fuck, these blues are harder than the blacks. at the canyons. Oh. And that's when I learned ski resorts get to rate their own trails. So a blue at Snowbird is a black at most resorts. And that's all part of the conspiracy.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses, or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury. It's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her at that?
And I know I'm biased about this, Edwin, but I'm on the record. I think Utah's the third most beautiful state. California being number one, Alaska number two.
General information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained esteem for watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Valley, is your witness.
Yes. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with Sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything in regards to the homeowner.
Now,
So
in
she
regard to
heard it
any
on the news.
Issues of a gift, a request for a gift. How would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that a jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. She never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34th Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin for his birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
Yeah, we knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34th Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
They were 10 minutes
Now,
apart.
Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
Why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
They had left 34 Fairview, like Colin Albert, prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Sustained is that point.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the water.
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Because of the defense conspiracy.
Colin was falsely accused of.
Objection.
Can you answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office, myself, felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, or his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Ms. Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asking questions about Ms. McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different material may need within a cell phone extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino and Ms. Jessica Hyde and Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
One of the questions, sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not?
Objection.
Allowing it under building.
So, maybe question.
Sure.
And my understanding is Whiffen is the Cellbrite expert that will testify.
You are.
So I always check my water bottles for vodka. Except I don't, but there's not usually a whole lot of vodka in this house. Like, I doubt there is any. There's probably a little rum, little whiskey, but no vodka. And it's, as I've said, I don't drink. I'm a good host. A decent host. I'm not a completely socially inept host. I've had parties.
You are unmuted.
See, John,
Yes.
let me rephrase that just a little. As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Ms. McCabe's Cellbrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Albert, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to, a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
The documents the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Sir,
I do.
how do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to
Sandwich.
Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I inform Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
You're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is. Correct?
You're such good friends that you don't know where he lives. Such conspiracy.
And process retrieving now.
Yes.
Ew. Like rum and milk mixed or alternating. Either way, it sounds gross, but.
So you were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app on his phone or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if the video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
Sounds like a problem.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant there?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
Additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper Chico.
Wait, 0014 or 0041? Because I thought Jackson said 41, but Lolly just said 14. So which is it?
Answer 4.
Let me have this moment.
Yes.
So you were asking questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
You arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, police department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Avenue 22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is 2-4.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indictment vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the search team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and the taillight?
Objection.
Sustained is 2-4.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regards to Lieutenant Tully doing with the search team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe, the
Under the
Lieutenant Tully and
snow?
CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
They
They were
matched.
they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes,
That included firefighter Fulmani,
correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes,
You had done interviews with regard to Ryan Albert, correct?
yes,
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes,
The defendant
yes,
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kelly Roberts, correct?
yes,
Were you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
yes,
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to troopers in regards to what they had observed that?
yes,
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant was bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Valley.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss Reed, sorry, Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car.
They had it on dash cam. I think they relied on that. It could be the weather. Really could be. Let's get it inside and then take pictures. I don't know.
Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Famadi that the defendant had stated, I hit him, in the presence of firefighter Famadi earlier that morning?
Yes,
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating last time she saw him?
later on, subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. We went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital, the one sneaker. Later on in the day,
I expect that from Brandon, CJ5. But I'll take it from you too.
the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as a missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Mechanic and I.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with a vehicle.
Yeah, you gotta watch the performance now, let's assume.
At the time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass. He walked out of the waterfall bar with. Ms. Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
That's the Jay Giles band, CJ5. Their bigger hit, of course, being Cinderfold.
Jackson?
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car, gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
right?
Come on. Come on.
Based on the evidence, sir, my motion
Oh,
to
he's
destiny,
got,
so.
he's got his big mad face on now. Ooh. Ooh, it's that big mad face. It gave you license to use dirty words about her. The First Amendment is what gives him a license to use dirty words about anyone.
It was in poor taste. Yes, it was important. It was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions that got the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked. Right?
that's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Fuck
Objection.
off.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Same question.
That was a good one the first time.
Fuck off.
So the fact that you believe personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
You indicated on cross-examination.
Don't know, but he does look douchey. Probably, well, I'd say he borrowed the ugly jacket from Turtle Boy. Of course, he wouldn't fit into Turtle Boy's, so they must have bought it at the same store.
You saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to the street's right rear tailgate, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
Hold on.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah, so you obviously knew where you live.
Yes.
But then
Smile.
you said there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
Hold on.
I am
And
one
the evidence he had gathered pointed at Karen Reed.
part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Johnson. Do
Fuck
you have anything else?
you.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Rob.
Fuck
Thank you, Jurors.
you. God, I hate him.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand. So I'm just going to mic step up.
He does have a weak chin, doesn't he? He could just, take the rug and glue it to his chin. 2 problems solved.
You shall also demonstrate the court during the case now here to the true culture, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Riley, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name, sir?
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
Okay, as I said, gonna have to slow him down a little bit. Let's see if 1 3/4 works.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first as far as, how long have you been a lieutenant of the state?
I was a first lieutenant in 2000.
Come on, Vince. I didn't touch the scroll. I hit the settings. And I blame Vince. Luckily, as it's a change in witness, we know exactly where to go. From one moose lookalike to the next. We'll go right there.
Also demonstrate the court during the case now here to the true culture, nothing but the truth, so help
And
you God.
I do.
she absolutely did.
Sir.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Riley, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? Sure.
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or
And
assignment
I'm
do you currently have?
convinced it's a fault with YouTube, not with me. It's, you know, there are reports of people with ad blocker having shit go on with their YouTube videos. So that's what I blame it on, especially since half the time when it happens, I don't even have my hand on the mouse. So
Have with Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been? Let me ask you first, as far as how long have you been a lieutenant of the state?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your
it's more noticeable when you're streaming a 7-hour and 16-minute source material.
work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office of the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how to conduct?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your units, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk?
So technically, KFAR, you could whitelist YouTube, and since you have premium, and that would make them happy with you.
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor, or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police who respond.
I bet it rhymed with runt. Well, I guess talking about Alan Jackson, he might have actually used the actual word runt along with something that rhymes with runt.
And come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop.
And as I've said, you know, I'm 5'8", I'm not overly tall myself. I only make fun of little people like Alan Jackson when it appears they have a complex about it. You wear shoe lifts, you could be 7 feet tall wearing shoe lifts. I will make fun of you for it.
Headquarters on the state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section, does narcotics investigation.
Which is sad since he bought it in the children's section. It's a child medium.
Investigations and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section, I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning our attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Juror informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but I would learn that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant McKennick wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit's involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant McKennick responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation, and they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor's willing to.
So an unattended death, but an expected one. No signs of foul play. Until you find a needle mark behind the ear and find out she's a billionaire.
Sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
As far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctors. They understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as
they eat
the
lunch
determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner,
It's the feds! It's the feds! Ah! Lots of feds.
Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you're doing?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, when this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone. So I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We will discuss what the next step should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th,
More feds.
over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner where at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation and that state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they?
It's almost like the district attorney has the ultimate final say.
Evolve, or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case, or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the
I beat the shit out of him and called him something that rhymes with runt. But I kept it in real life as it belongs, not in a text.
content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation. Yes.
Now, sir. Again,
that is the face of a man who is not amused. That is the face of someone I wouldn't want to fuck with. I don't want him making that face at me.
and just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut. It happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that...
In order to seize it, do you need a warrant to seize it? Yeah. I expressed my displeasure. Let me translate that for you. That means I tore him a new asshole, and now he has a leaky balloon knot. He has 2 leaky balloon knots. One is very unnatural and jagged in shape.
certain civilian witnesses' cell phones will be seized versus others.
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in a legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witnesses?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals
But also, Jen McCabe offered her phone.
on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of the supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
And sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you went.
So a leaky balloon knot would be real concerning to you, CJ5.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different.
You hear that, delete laws? The Massachusetts State Police are very paramilitary with distinct chains of command. Delete laws would be appalled.
Structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to just.
No, Edwin, that's just gross. The Hershey Highway. And yes, I am referring to chocolate. Hershey chocolate is gross. Ugh. Get real chocolate.
Dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 in the afternoon.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Low visibility. Oh, so you didn't see anything. You didn't see nothing. I saw that was there. I didn't watch it, but obviously I support our Nevada judges. Like, subscribe, do all the fun stuff with them. I keep hoping that an interesting case comes up in Elko, Nevada, because we know they travel. They, cover Washoe County, but I'm good friends with a public defender in Elko, so I keep hoping keep hoping that our Nevada judges will give me an opportunity to live stream commentary about Tom.
I'm showing you a series of documents. Is that when finished? And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the
Weather
entirety of the month of
report.
January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
So, just like here in Salt Lake, Norwood Municipal Airport weather station. So, I've mentioned before how you know I've had considerably more snow at my house in one night than the month record at the Salt Lake International Airport. Yet, the Salt Lake International Airport is where the official records for Salt Lake City are kept. And as I've mentioned, in spite of that being the least snowy place along the Wasatch Front, gets slightly more snow than Minneapolis on an annual basis, considerably more than Boston, more than Chicago. It's just, it melts faster because it's warmer. Whereas, as I've said, at least 3 storms of more than 3 feet overnight at my house. You look at the local news the night of a storm, and they'll report University of Utah got 18 inches, Alta got 40 inches, Sandy got 24 inches. Static's house got 18 as well. The airport got 2. And, for me, I have to say, well, if I don't go out with a ruler, coming from a family of upholsterers, I've got yardsticks. That's what I use to measure snow with. But if I don't go out and measure it myself, I'm like, well, the University of Utah got 18 inches. That's probably about what I got. Although it can be different. There are times the University of Utah gets considerably more. There are times I get considerably more. For reference, I'm at the exact same location as Rice-Eccles Stadium. But, yeah.
Where?
It's the next town over.
And as far as
And Vince, you're right. She was saying, I'd like a expert witness for the weather. We've got the reports. They're coming in. And she's also the one that asked me about Young Thug. So answered that for her once I had the information.
are you familiar with Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
Relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And as I've said, where I live, 3 miles can triple, quadruple, it literally can be the difference of several feet of snow. And I'm not just talking about the mountains. I'm talking about the bench versus the valley.
And sir, with regard to these records for you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February of 2000.
And Dante says, me too. Dante can attest. 3 miles difference where Dante lives can be the difference between 3 inches and 3 feet of snow. I realize Utah is a completely different geography than Boston, but depending on how the storm blows in off the coast, it literally can be that big of a difference, I'd imagine.
22, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
And Vince, you probably deserved it, but you know, personal attacks are against the rules. I could tell you were trying to banter with her and she didn't like it, but banter isn't against the rules.
That question.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in minutes.
Yep. It wasn't flat. It's a deceptive, very deceptive. And Edwin, yeah, it's 94 degrees at my house right now at 8 o'clock at night. Snowbird is, we'll say 20 miles away. I'll give you a more exact, actually. How about that? Snowbird is 28 miles away. I was going to say 27. I just said 20 instead, but I was going to say 27, but it's 28 miles away. And clicking on the Snowbird website, mountain report.
You are unmuted.
And how
Annoyingly, they don't have the base temp, but the peak temp is 34 degrees right now. So almost 90 at my house, 34 degrees, we'll say 29 miles away, give a mile from the base up to the summit. Of course, the difference is my house is at 4,600 feet elevation. The peak is 11,000 feet elevation. So $40-45.
And so, Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else from the state police, preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters, and he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing, as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission.
So he points the CERT team and shoots. Like Ralph Wiggum. If you become president, Ralph, how would you handle the Middle East? I'd point the army and shoot.
Done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved or when they end or anything like this?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the search team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these 2 parameters.
And over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road? So
the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The banks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. That was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of taillight, where did that?
And hey, they found a glass on top of that and a hat. They found more than they were looking for.
Information come from, or why were those the items that were being?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we'd gotten information that witnesses stated.
Yeah, Turtle Boy assured me that the shoe was missing, the belt was missing, the hat was missing. And yet these dirty police officers had it all along. Conspiracy much?
That Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight. And so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the search team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
As we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part.
Jesus. My ADD multitasking. When Diver Dan said earlier about the flooding in Florida, Jesus Christ. It really is. 12 inches of rain. Yikes. We average like 16 or 17 inches a year here in Salt Lake, and most of that is snow.
Part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the search team members from your observations able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the search team in their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Shocking. He collected
I have one moment,
evidence.
Yes.
Sounds like a conspiracy
Juries
to
will be
me.
stopping at 4 today.
Thank God. Because today hasn't been long enough.
And sir, with respect to the place before you, well, 2, I'm director of attention to Western Mark, as it is 111 through 134, just in general, I'm just going to ask you.
I do.
What do you recognize those?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to labor the point, but if I could just.
So, I've mentioned the Kinks song, Yes Sir, No Sir. Another great relatively unknown Kinks song off of The Kinks Are the Village Green Preservation Society album. So, Yes or No, Sir is off of Arthur, or the Decline and Fall of the British Empire. But off of The Kinks Are the Village Green Preservation Society, Picture Book is a great song. Great song. And just the binder full of pictures put that into my head.
Just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay. Seriously? I can't imagine someone being hit so hard a belt flew off. Good thing it was still in the belt loops. Huh? Jesus. She's... I'd watched a few of her videos. Like, none about the Karen Reed case. I think they were either Koberger or Murdoch or something. I don't even remember. But it had been so long since I had watched her that, frankly, I had forgotten about her by the time I realized she was a Free Karen Reed person. But my God, that's a dumb statement.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 11. Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk for you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 111?
A Marine flag.
What do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to what.
And look at the real view. Look at that mound behind the flagpole, between the flagpole and the house. Look at that wall of snow. Almost as if you wouldn't be able to see this area from the front of the house. Bad Scooter, appreciate the time you were here. Have a good night. And so it's almost like the defense depiction is completely misleading. Imagine that.
Significance to observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114.
And that red plastic is on top of the mound right here with a shovel outline around it. So they dumped it on top of the pile, on top of the mound.
Again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe it.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to get better context.
And these photographs or these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved?
And just look at that. It's the shovel print outline with the piece of taillight contained within the shovel print, as if it's been all scooped off of the asphalt from the bottom of the snow and overturned onto the pile where it's exposed as if it's right at the bottom of the snow. It's been there almost since it started snowing 18 hours earlier. Almost.
In any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, the CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so I can memorialize it in place.
So it's picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 117?
Yes.
What do you recognize as?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 120. Again, sir, if you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 120,
Yes.
and if you could,
Uh-oh, there's a shadow in the photo holding an iPhone. Looks like a conspiracy to me.
using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant McCann?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127.
Who needs left sneakers anyway? Am I right? I mean, I still do. Otherwise, I am uneven. More
And again,
uneven.
sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now,
Almost as if it's been buried under snow for 12 hours longer. Shocking. And Vera, always lovely to see you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and start with that blank back on. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
First, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place.
I mean, I'm using Windows 10, or I think. Pretty sure this one hasn't been upgraded to Windows 11, but yeah.
Then, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is...
Edwin, he doesn't have to yet. He doesn't have to yet. When the civil lawsuits start flying, then he will.
For the protocol or policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there.
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. And it will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned.
I almost missed it. Lieutenant Tully said he is the evidence detective. So presumably all that hullabaloo with Trooper Proctor. So where are the evidence logs? Where's the chain of custody? Right here. Next witness.
You mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're sent?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in 2 different methods and has an alarm code pad. And you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one, and the 2 assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the second unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come into the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regards to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and doesn't have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
I wasn't going to say it, but I was thinking it. He's in on the conspiracy.
As far as that transportation or transmission from the temporary area to the permanent area, what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And did you find any of them in the basement of 34 Fairview?
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I am presenting you the bag.
From my own.
They need to get the Hollywood props managers to make evidence bags, the noise-free paper bags.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the item I placed before you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
Right, we're getting close.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it.
Yes.
don't forget, Luna, Chloe the dog told Colin where to put the pieces. So, naughty Chloe. It's the bell for Pavlov's dog. They have not shown the sneaker yet, so this part is new.
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the back. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 569.
Nice.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm handing you two separate bags. Do those without finish. Do you recognize each of those respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
I mean, I don't think that they showed the shoe. They may have shown the other shoe that Trooper Proctor collected from the hospital when they showed the clothing that was cut off of Trooper Proctor. But this shoe that was underneath the snow was collected by Trooper Tully. So 2 different shoes found in 2 different places by 2 different troopers. So they're being presented into evidence through their respective troopers.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start with the red plastic.
Okay.
I mean, if he didn't dodge a bullet, he dodged a Lexus. Too soon? Yep, that's taillight.
I'll call Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were
So 5:45 is when they found the first piece. They had the Lexus at the Sally Port about 5:30. CERT was on scene, planning, strategizing before searching. It took time to find anything. There's no time to have planted anything beneath 18 inches of snow from the Sally Port. Without a time machine, it wouldn't work. So, 5:30 p.m. is when they had it towed. They left the Reed parents' residence with the tow truck about 4:15, 4:20-ish. Arrived considerably later. So, yeah.
On scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Mechanic on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as a supervisor, were you aware where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
Esty?
Where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the CERT team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just
pulled up your comment to get a better look at your profile picture. Is that Mont Saint Michel? Too small to really tell, and it's going to drive me nuts if I don't find out.
to, with portion
If I don't
Your
ask.
Honor, maybe remove the items from that second
Yes.
backup one.
Hey, it's clear plastic.
Lieutenant, from the two items that you have before you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you could just with your finger or in some way delineate to the jury where you observe that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could place those items back in the back. And Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit.
No objection.
This is 571.
Your Honor, given the time and given where
Why
I
don't you come to side? I would say this.
There's scissors in the courtroom. Conspiracy. I have a feeling that's the end of it. Have a feeling we're done. I mean, YouTube says there's 6 minutes left. But is there actually 6 minutes left? Or is that including a Jesse Weber jump scare? I don't even get paid $100 for that jump scare like Artie does.
I'm going to, rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you home. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see here.
What I'm here for.
Case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We'll hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just gonna.
It's-
Yes, sir.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your chair. All rise, jury out, jury follow.
With this specifically, I don't know. Some of it, state holidays, scheduling conflicts. The judge has other cases. So the judge has other cases that need her attention. You know, it's just, unfortunately, some courts need to take care of all the business even during a trial. So, you know, arraignments, evidentiary issues, scheduling issues, just gotta fit all the other stuff in on the off days. And so most of the off days, unless it's a state holiday or a national holiday, the court has no, well, the court isn't getting a day off, is how I should put it. The judge is still there. She's still holding a full docket that day. It, you know, it could be as simple as prep time, research time. It's just it's not the only thing happening in the county. So, yeah. And I do not know. Don't know. And thanks for being here. Sorry about accidentally blocking you. It really was a mistake. And I doubt we're going to get any. Yeah, we're not going to hear from the judge. So, yeah, that was brutal, but not a lot of evidence, at least with Trooper Proctor. It was a lot of feigned outrage from little Alan Jackson, you know, putting his angry face on. It may have convinced the jury that he's a jackass, that he's crude. It really, to me, doesn't impact his credibility.
Thank you, sorry.
And frankly, his credibility, well, he didn't have a lot of evidence. Sergeant Buchanan had the evidence. Lieutenant Tully has the evidence. Proctor, not a lot. He had some, but not a lot. And that's it. To me, it's they didn't impact his credibility because he ate crow. He didn't fight it. He didn't fight it. And that helped, I think. But, you know, Tully has been good so far. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see. I wasn't even paying attention. I think it's still Jackson. So we'll see what little Alan Jackson can put on his angry face about with Tully. But yeah. Either way, I think it's time for me to... I was going to make a crude joke about balloon knots, but I won't. I'll just allude to crude jokes about balloon knots. But yeah, so do all the YouTube-y stuff, like, share, subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow for the continuation of Trooper Tully. And so have a good night, everyone. See ya.